Hello, welcome. Here's another live stream. Let's make sure that I've got everything set up all right. Do I have any of my production assistants in chat yet? I'm not sure. I don't think I've seen Gary or Aaron yet, so the watch is off and I've got DVR turned on. My volumes are off, so I need to hear from chat. Are you hearing me okay, and is the video okay? Yeah. Okay, so Chuck is on Zoom with me, and he just answered my question because he thought I was talking to him. I'm actually talking to the audience. And Chuck, the video that you're seeing is a few seconds delayed. So it's going to look off all the way through because you're hearing me through the Zoom connection. You're not hearing me through your YouTube. So I'm seeing people in chat, and even Chuck, you might, let me show this to you. The audience doesn't see me showing this to you, but over here, this is people responding in chat telling us that the sound and video are okay. So I'm going to bring up your Zoom so that you can see me again. I'm going to punch you up on Zoom so the audience sees you. So now the audience sees you. Hi, Chuck. So you texted me a few days ago, I'm not sure, it was maybe Friday or Thursday, saying you'd like to do another session. You did a few videos with me previously, and those links to those videos are in the show notes or the description below this video for anyone who wants to go see that. And I'm just turning over here because I'm going to show that to you, Chuck. See right down here where it says show more. So those three links are there for the videos that you and I did before. Now when you're seeing me here, that my lips are probably better synced to the sound. Yeah. So I don't know what you were contacting me for, and I intentionally kept it that way because something I'm doing with the people who participate in my chat is we're kind of treating this as a computer support session, and when you tell us what you're interested in, I'm not going to respond right away. I'm going to give the people in the chat time to put in their responses, and then while we're waiting for their responses, I got some other things that I'm going to do in preparation. So what's up, Chuck? What do you want to talk about? Okay, good. Those sounds like fun things to work on. Oh, darn. I got people telling me they can't hear you, and I see why. All right. Oh, yeah, and I got people calling me trying to tell me that. Let me see. Yeah, and I think he just hung up because he realized that I discovered it. Can't hear Chuck. I didn't look. So I did that AVDW check at the beginning here. It's audio, video, DVR, and my W is my watch. I did that before I brought you on. So that's my bad. And here's I issue either myself demerits or I slap myself on the wrist
There
when
you
I
go.
do that. So they did not hear what you said. They heard what I said, that I didn't know yet what you were wanting to talk about. So can you replay that part?
Well, if I could remember everything that I said, sometimes at my age, memory is extremely short.
Uh-huh.
Anyway, when I was watching a chat room that you and many people were talking about the other day, and it was way over my head, so I didn't comprehend a great deal. However, I noticed that your computer must be much better than mine, because I don't see pop-ups coming on your computer all the time, where mine, no matter what I do, somebody wants to interfere or wants to sell me something or con me into something else, and so on and so forth. So also, when I turn my computer on, initially, it doesn't go to a home page. It goes to some other thing, which I think might be, well, I'm not too sure what it is. Let's see. It might be Facebook, and then some thing that says you want to, well, I don't remember exactly what it is, but it's quite annoying. And most any time that I try to use my computer, I'm plagued with pop-ups. And what, can I get a better computer, or is that the way I got it set up, or so on and so forth? What's the deal?
Okay, so I'm holding myself back from responding to that because I want to give the chat, people in the chat, chance to respond. So in the meantime, what I'm going to do is switch over to your computer and show some things about your computer so they can become familiarized with what your computer is. And it's a fairly new computer. You bought it within the, last year, didn't you?
Yeah, last year.
Yeah.
And had it replaced almost immediately.
Yes, I remember that. So I'm going to minimize the YouTube video on your computer because I set up the YouTube video on your screen so it would actually play. And then I'm going to also minimize the Zoom session and move it down here to the bottom right corner. Now I'm going to switch over to your computer so that the people watching the live stream can see what's on your computer. I'm going to make a little adjustment to the picture-in-picture. Now, just to let you know, they still see you and me in a thumbnail in the bottom right corner of the screen.
Okay.
So you are still on video. And then I'm going to click over here to make it fill up more of the video screen. And then go to Windows key R, MS Info 32. And I do see questions in the chat room. I'm gonna show a few things on screen before we get to that. So here I'm showing the MS Info so you can become familiar with the screen. HP Elite Desktop 800G2 SFF. And has somebody confirmed that the DVR is working? I'm scrolling up in the chat to see if anyone specifically mentioned DVR, and there's too much chat in there for me to recognize that. So if somebody could just go ahead and put a confirmation there after the 2:07 p.m. timestamp and tell me if DVR is working. So we've got a i5 6600, and let's see, we have legacy BIOS mode. What else are we going to be interested in knowing about the computer? We have 12 gigabytes of RAM. And then something else I was contemplating about system information. For those of you in chat who know, have, or aware of the Google Drive that I set up, I was contemplating, can I actually stick a text file of this into the Google Drive? This is on documents right now, so I'm going to call this MS Info 32, save that as text, and I'm going to go look at what's going on in chat now, and let's see how you folks want to guide us through this. All right, so I'm going to bring the YouTube video back up on your screen, Chuck, so you can see the chat and see how the video is coming through to people. And then I'm going to minimize your screen so that that's not visible, and pop out chat and bring it up the way that I like to review it. on the video. So here I see a DVR is working. And so Chuck, you and others watching the video saw some crazy stuff going on by the time I got this all transitioned to show the chat. So we got some hellos, we got some Adas from the Caribbean. And while I'm noticing that, somebody asked me the other day about how do they get on the Google Earth display that shows at the beginning. And what you can do is simply send me an email to DougBetts@LiveWindowsTraining.com. Tell me what your screen name is and your real name if it's okay for me to use that, and where you're located, and I will add you to that Google Earth display that runs before a live stream starts. So we have hellos. Haven't seen a broadcast in a couple weeks from Rock and Rob. Glad to see you. Dan the Man and Gary and Jim telling us that audio's working good. That was before I brought Chuck in. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Chuck, no audio, can't hear Chuck. It's nice when your phone works. And let's see, that was chit chat. No audio, sound check. need a sound check, not a sound check. No sound and some hellos, no audio. And that's chit chat between people. Hi everyone, good evening. Yeah, let's see, where did I go? Good evening. Hellos. Did I just see a watch? Yes, the watch is on the table on the desktop. And first question, what is browser? Okay, so what browser are you using? Chuck?
Well, I guess it's Google Chrome.
Okay, that's enough of an answer for now. Let's see what other questions are being asked.
I believe that's what I'm using.
Okay, Chuck has some malware on his computer. It needs to be cleaned. That sounds likely. Malwarebytes scan to the rescue. Okay, hey, browser redirect and pop-ups. A DW cleaner is being suggested. Suggesting Malwarebytes. Doesn't this bring back memories? I think because Ken had similar things. Pop-ups usually from a browser, simple delete of browser history and cache is enough. That's a quick, simple thing to do that doesn't involve any third-party software. I like that. I also suggest using the portable version of C Cleaner, run it, but not the registry cleaner. Sam, yes, it's working. That's the DVR he's referring to. A few people answering the DVR is working. That means you can, during this live stream, you can rewind or drag the playhead back and re-watch something that we did. And I would suggest that you may be interested in right-click on your tab, not you, Chuck, but for the people watching. You could right-click on your browser tab for YouTube and choose duplicate. And that puts the same video in the next window. And then you mute the sound on that window and you can scrub back with the playhead while you're still listening to the live audio. So much on the taskbar. Using technical term in there I'm not going to use. I'm guessing that Chuck's machine has not had a cleaning for some time. Hello everyone. Afternoon. Pop-ups homepage hijacking is a sure sign there's malware on the system. Hellos. Hi to everybody. I'm trying to breeze through this quickly. Extensions in Chrome, do a reset in Chrome, and then hellos there. So all good stuff there. I do have an approach that I favor there, the quick, simple stuff, and I'm still seeing hellos come in, and we've got a link coming through. I'm not going to go to that link just yet. Let's get familiar with the situation. So I'm going to switch back to Chuck's computer. I'll have a chat on a separate screen over here that I'm going to try to notice when somebody uses the @ sign in Live Windows Training to make it show up in orange, to try to catch something timely that you're trying to bring my attention to. But let me do a little exploration of Chuck's computer here. So here I brought up that window thing. We got a mirror of horrors on because we've got the video there. Let's see, I want to minimize that. And this one is not here. Here's Chuck's computer. There. All right. And then we'll minimize the YouTube video on Chuck's computer. And let's go have a look and see if we actually see what's going on. So here's the Google Chrome. That's what you're using as your browser, right?
Which right up here on this is the one that I start
Okay,
with.
okay, very good. Then we've Google Chrome is already open in this other instance of it, but this gives us a fresh instance right here.
Let me insert something there, Doug.
Yeah.
Once I click on that Google Chrome, then I go to this one right there.
Okay.
Where it says Yahoo, and that's where I do all my searching.
Okay. Now, before you go into Yahoo,
yeah,
you might be exposing your things in your email or other personal content. I have the capability of blurring your screen anytime that you ask me to.
Okay.
Do you have any concerns of that nature?
Not that I can remember.
Because let me demonstrate this for you. I'm going to go ahead and blur your screen right now.
Yeah.
And now go ahead and click into that Yahoo.
Okay.
And so now you could look at this and decide, yeah, that's okay. And then I would unblur your screen.
Okay. Everything that's on there, I follow, as you can see, I have a portfolio on there. Those are not items that I have owned.
Okay.
However, there is one that I do own. It's the bottom one. Those four stocks right there. And I'm not ashamed of it.
So it's okay to unblur your screen now?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's okay.
Okay. There, we're unblurred. Let's arrange these pictures and pictures a little bit better. So when you open this, it goes straight to this my.yahoo.com, and your landing page for Yahoo has all these stocks displayed.
Yes.
Can you try going somewhere that is your routine and see if we can observe some pop-ups or redirects or whatever? Do you think?
I follow several people that I know that I right up there where it says beautiful song, that's supposed to say Facebook. I look at that daily. I don't post very much on it, but you can see it took forever for my computer to open that up, seems like. And that's one of the reasons that I bought this computer. It's supposed to be really fast. Now, I get over here on the right-hand side, if I deviate from any one of these, for example, if there's a friend of mine back east that just built a new building. If I were, I'm looking into a new system for home security. So, but if I deviate from this, for example, if I go back up here to, let's see, to Lawrence Sandberg, if I click on him, or let's see, back up there. Take a look at that. Over here on the right-hand side, I often get things that pop up, but I may not be telling you exactly where I'm finding all that, Doug.
Okay.
Let me back up here. Let me go into, okay. Now see here, get a new iPhone 5G on us. There's one of the pop-ups right there. There's today's refinance, great. Those just pop up all the time, and until just yesterday, notifications were coming through, and I somehow obviously turned on notifications, and I finally discovered that I could turn it off over here, right where you're sitting on my screen down in the lower right-hand corner. Notifications were coming up to the point to where it was, you couldn't do anything on the screen if those went on top of them. So I hope I'm guiding you and telling you the right thing that I
Close
need.
enough. Close enough. So I think we have going to have some responses for you in a moment. So these, what you're referring to as pop-ups on the right-hand side of your Yahoo screen, I don't refer to those as pop-ups. Those are advertisements that are being presented to you by Yahoo.
Okay.
Yahoo, the way they support their free service is they hit you with advertising.
Okay.
So these are standard advertisings from Yahoo.
Okay.
Now I'm kind of holding back a little bit on saying my next sentence to see if we get some other comments in chat. So far, chat has been talking about doing scans and malware and such. But here we've seen that when we actually see your symptom, what you're experiencing, it's not actually malware or adware or pop-ups. It's actually advertising on Yahoo. So you could use a different email client, a different email software to access your email. Your email address obviously is with Yahoo, because what you're doing here is you're using the Yahoo webmail interface, and that's going to be hitting you with advertisement. I'm going to bring the chat screen back onto the video. I'm not going to turn it on for you at the moment. We'll just leave your screen where it is right now, because I don't expect to be very long with this. I just want to do a little catch up.
Okay.
And let's see, so to see if anyone's gotten specific on this point about Yahoo. So there's hellos going on. There's another adware cleaner. One suggestion that you use Google search in the address bar. Make Google default search. It's much better than Yahoo. He didn't actually do a Yahoo search. I don't think we even saw him do a Yahoo search. He just went into his Yahoo interface for the webmail. And then time to install uBlock Origin for Chuck. So Sam Van Thiel, answer me this, Sam. On the Yahoo webmail page, does uBlock actually block that stuff? And would it be smarter to do that or to use some other mail client that can access his Yahoo email? What are your feelings on that for Sam? Facebook, well, there's somebody who doesn't have high compliments for Facebook. You'll always get those pop-ups when using webmail. So that is exactly what I was saying there, is that that's coming from Yahoo. And they're not really pop-ups, they're advertisements. Was the Yahoo always there, or is it new? It is there by Chuck's choice. That is his choice of interfacing with the internet, because that's what he's been using for a long time. So he might be steering him to some other method of interacting with webmail and his stocks and everything else, because Yahoo is really big on advertisements. Sam, ad blocker is best option here. It's completely normal for Yahoo to choose ads on your landing page. It's how they give you the free app. Exactly. Origin will get rid of those ads. And so that's sounding like you wouldn't have to learn something new or go to a different thing. We've got two people now saying this uBlock Origin will get rid of those ads on the Yahoo web page, is what these folks seem to be saying. And I don't know that, because I haven't tried that. George is saying I use Outlook Express, which will download my email from Spectrum and Yahoo Mail with no AdWord. Yeah, that's exactly what I was suggesting about using a different email client. Adding a Chrome extension, uBlock Origin, to stop ads. uBlock Origin blocks every ad on the internet. So let's try that. Wait, we got a few people really liking uBlock. Use uBlock, no ads. And then Gary says hello to everybody. So let's go take a look at that. uBlock Origin as a Chrome extension. I'm going to bring your screen up big again. And then we are in Chrome. And I so rarely go to intentionally add an extension. I think we can go search for extensions over here somewheres. Do I actually need to, oh, here, search extensions. All right, so uBlock Origin. I think that's how it was spelled. uBlock Origin.
That's the way I did.
So, this is looking for that in your extensions, not finding it. So I just did Control A to select that text, Control C to copy it, go to New Browser tab, Control V to paste it, and then I just type EX to get extension, And let's see what we get here. Google Chrome, easy on CPU and memory. uBlock origin is completely unrelated to the site ublock.org. So this looks like it would be it. Here it is from the Chrome store, and that is chrome.google. So either of these are probably going to go to the same method of getting it. Then let's see. Okay, so here we got add to Chrome. I'll click on that. That's going to go ahead and add it. Add extension. uBlock origin has been added to Chrome. So here we see what their logo icon looks like. When we click on this puzzle piece up here for extensions, we can see that we have uBlock origin. So now let's come over to your Yahoo page and see what happened to your ads. Oh my gosh, all the ads are gone.
Uh-huh. How about that?
How about that? Sweetness.
Now, is that something that I have to open up all the time, or is it?
No.
It's just been added.
It's an extension that has been added to Chrome on your computer. Anytime you open Chrome, it'll automatically be there, and it will automatically be turned on until you turn it off or remove it. So just simply turning this switch off will turn it off. Now let's see, how quickly does that respond? I'm going to try refreshing this page. See if we get ads just right back that quickly. Yep, there they are.
Okay.
And then come back here. Let's see.
How did you find this right here, Doug?
Okay, I'll show you that in a moment.
All right.
I just turned it back on.
Gotcha.
I'm going to go back here to Yahoo, and boom, it just removed them right now. So the way I got to that control screen was coming up here to the kebab menu, these three vertical dots in the upper right.
Right.
Click on that, and then come down to more tools.
Oh, okay.
And then over here to an extensions.
Got it.
Now that's kind of the long way to go about it.
Right.
A quicker way is just to come up to this jigsaw puzzle piece up here.
Right.
That goes straight to extensions. Well, this little window of extensions. Right. And then this kebab menu right here, I'm suspecting, yeah, I don't see that actually turns it off right there. If I click on uBlock origin there, gives us more information. This looks like a power button for it. Yeah, that turned it off. So here we got this power button right here. Kind of looks like an on and off button on a computer.
Right.
Okay, so right now when it's blue, it's on. Click on it, now it's off.
Oh, I see the icon up there now. That's the icon right there.
Yeah. So that's so it's disappeared right now because I probably just turned it off. Right. Let's turn it back on. And well, that's on.
Okay.
Okay, there's the icon up there showing that it's blocked 18 items, I suppose. Now, but it disappears when I.
Okay.
So that only showed there as long as I have here. Now there is this pin right here, which I'm guessing will pin it up there on the top. And yep, that pinned it there.
Okay.
So now you're actually seeing a number increment here as it's actually blocking things actively right now. So if we click on that, you can get straight to that power button to turn it off if you want to. If you want to see advertisements.
Okay.
So that's a pretty quick, simple fix. We didn't have to download any kind of a scanner or malware, go after malware, anything like that. That was just the advertisement showing up in your Yahoo. Now, there might be other things going on with your computer that we haven't found yet. We just dealt with the thing that you just showed us. Is there any other place you think you have things coming up that you could show us?
On Gmail, let me see if there's anything on there that there's no control over here. See that how that just popped up right there?
Right.
Okay. How come that doesn't stay there all the time?
Okay. That is an optional feature. I'm kind of delaying a little bit to let people in chat provide that instruction. If I don't see it come up soon, then I'll tell you what I know about it. And while we're waiting for that, let's go ahead and bring chat back up onto the screen. and show what's going on here. So if I
Uh,
go back up, go ahead, Chuck.
Well, when some of the guys were making comments earlier, they talked about malware bytes. I allegedly have purchased the premium version of that,
Okay.
and that does run a scan on my computer every day, and it gives me. It never seems to find anything, but
Yeah, well, it's advertisement on Yahoo is not malware.
well, I realize that.
So yeah.
Um, the advertising is advertising. It's not. I understand that.
Yeah.
But because I have a lot of personal stuff on I do all my personal stuff on banking and et cetera on my computer. I felt that I needed something, and I couldn't, because I had it before. I guess I was looking for a better one, but I was even thinking about getting PC Plus, but nobody seems to say that's good or something. And I've not heard any bad things about it, but I've not heard anything good about it. But they say it does a better job and doesn't slow the computer down. But I understand that Malwarebytes slows my computer down, but I don't know that to be factual.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like Malwarebytes currently because I do provide a lot of computers that are not really high-end computers, and I don't like to have other stuff running in the background if it's really not providing direct benefit to us. But Malwarebytes is well, the premium version I think does run in the background, whereas the free version you have to run it when you want to. So let's come back around to that in a couple minutes. I want to
Okay.
catch up on the things people are asking for in chat. The
Good.
Windows 10 Action Center from Sam. Yes, we'll go to that. Now stop pop-ups from websites that Chuck approves sometime in the past to show up. Go to the link for see the setting in Chrome. Okay, I think I can get to that without going to a website that tells me how to do it. Hi, Katrina. Been watching DougBetts for a while now. Thank you, Katrina. Nice to hear that. You can do a cleanup of Chrome by typing Chrome settings cleanup. And let's see, only need AV and W10 and Malwarebytes. I've been running that way for at least 4 years. Only need the AV in Windows 10 and Malwarebytes. Okay, understood. Malwarebytes premium good, runs quietly in the background. Now, since you have already paid for it, maybe we will go ahead and activate it. And because you are a person who has an awareness of it, you described yourself already as far as your level of computer knowledge, but you did buy Malwarebytes Premium, so you will know what that icon is in the taskbar. And when it pops up a message to you, you will read it and do something about it. Mm-hmm. I've had some clients where I have it on their computer and they get a message and they just click it away and don't even bother reading it. Hi, Catherine. Get caught everyone's smile. Let's see. Are you getting caught with everyone's smile? Well, that's chit-chat between people anyway. Chuck Malwarebytes Premium is excellent. Also has an option for the browser to block ads. Does not use a lot of resources either. Good choice. So they're liking that. If Chuck really wants to slow his computer down, have him install Norton or McAfee. There you go. If you really want to slow the computer down, Chuck, install one of those two.
McAfee, and what's the other one?
Norton.
Oh yeah,
Norton, and that is you understand that is a joke. That's
no, that's not
sarcasm. And we don't want you to do that. When you launched Yahoo, I did not have the impression that it was slow launching. And I'm wondering if it launches faster now that we are blocking that, because it could have been the time that it was taking to display those advertisements. So here, launching Chrome, and then you come up here to the toolbar and you were clicking on this one?
Yes.
All right. And you were saying that takes a long time to come up.
No. When I'm trying, I watched you guys click your computers and things come up and almost instantly, and maybe because I'm not maybe I'm not looking for things properly. I really don't know how to. I don't know how to describe it. I just there's times when I try to download something, it seems like it takes forever.
Okay.
But then maybe I'm not downloading things that are. Doug, it's really hard for me to explain that. I watch your computer click from page to page to page to page to page, and boy, it's instant. And I never have seen my computer do that.
Yeah, and the computer that you see me doing that on is a slower computer than yours.
No,
Yes.
you're kidding.
No, I'm
You
not
mean
kidding.
you mean you can make my computer work like yours?
I think so.
Wow.
Of course, I need to see what you where you're seeing sluggishness in order to really evaluate that. And I might go back here in a little bit and double check to make sure that. But I think my computer is a slower processor and less memory than you have. But I'd have to go look at that to be certain of it. Now, I think maybe when you went to your email, it was slower coming up.
Okay.
On that one, yeah. So you have the mouse.
It came up good.
Yeah, well, see, there's no advertisements on the right-hand side.
Now I think that probably came up faster.
I think so, because when a page is trying to display a lot of content that comes from somewhere else other than Yahoo, it takes time for it to load that onto the screen.
Well, also, I noticed another thing right now. There is no advertisement. See the word today? Generally, there's an ad right there.
I'm looking all around the screen for the word today.
Right here.
Oh, yes. Okay. Generally, there's an ad there. Yes.
Right before this particular email from US Med Glucose, which is, I don't care for him. I'll just take him out. But right above that, in KOA, I no longer have my trailer, so I don't look at him anymore. And hymns, I don't need any hymns. I'm too old. But generally, right there's an ad like Simply Safe or Cove Security. Now it's gone.
And that advertisement and the advertisements on the right-hand panel probably change periodically.
Oh, yes.
Every time they change, your computer's busy managing that change again.
Right.
And also, this number up here that's incrementing, every time it blocks something, your computer has a little bit of involvement in that blocking action. So that is potentially another thing that's could slow things down. But even when you just deleted those emails, did that feel zippier to you?
Oh, yeah. That for example, I don't care about that one. That's good. I buy things from Speedway, but I don't need to talk about that. Now this one I want to save. I come over here to Gmail, and see it took a while for it to load.
I didn't have that impression.
Yeah.
I thought that loaded plenty quick. Go ahead and do that transition again.
Okay, I was here, and then I will go to that one.
Okay. You've got 54 messages showing on this page, and let's center this a little bit better. And okay, so a total of 54 messages. So you're not overwhelmed with the amount of email in here.
No, I've saved most of that, Doug.
All right.
Those are things that I like to refer back to.
Yeah.
And I don't know where to store them other than there.
Yeah.
There's things that I have ran across and sent to myself. I do a lot of tinkering, as you may well know.
Right.
And I refer back to it rather than to print it on a piece of paper somewhere.
Okay, so let's go see what chat is saying. I'm doing this chat right on your screen so that you can look through it with us. It's a little more challenging for me to get that in there. I'm going to maximize this. And then Control plus sign to zoom in so it's easier to read. And then I'll scroll up to Well, I need to see, I don't have timestamps here, so I'm going to come up here to the kebab menu and toggle timestamps, because I know the last thing I have highlighted on my screen is 2:34 p.m. So that's where I want to continue reading in chat, somewhere around here. Yeah, that's where Jim was saying, telling you how to really slow your computer down if that's what you want to do. And Gary, Windows 10 has a ransomware built in, do not need Malwarebytes. I agree with that, but there's some configuration to do to really get the maximum protection from Windows 10 Defender. It's not using the maximum protection by default, and a person should be a little bit careful about turning that on because it has some consequence. So you might turn on that highest level of ransomware protection in Windows Defender, and if you run across a problem, then you just either undo that or get a little more specific about the configuration. So George says he runs Malwarebytes, Premium, Defender together, no pop-ups in a couple of years now. Of course, but what we've done so far wasn't pop-ups, it was advertisements.
Right.
And let's see, Katrina asking Catherine how her cats are. Catherine has been having to take her cats to the vet now and then. And then now on my screen, this at LiveWindowsTraining-DougBetts, when they put in a text item like that, it shows up in bright orange for me. But I'm looking at chat now on Chuck's computer, so I don't see that. Chuck has a lot of stuff on the taskbar, which indicates a lot of stuff running on startup. I think that person is referring to the system tray down here. These things are running. I'm distinguishing between the taskbar here. These are icons that you can launch, and I'm sure Jim just made a slip there. I know he knows the term system tray. When Malwarebytes is installed, Windows Defender gets disabled. Well, that's interesting. I know that when you install an antivirus product, it will disable Windows Defender. Malwarebytes Free, I don't think will do that. Maybe Malwarebytes Premium disables Windows Defender. I trust Catherine in saying that Malwarebytes does that. I didn't know that because I so rarely do Malwarebytes anymore. George says run speedtest.net to check his download speed. Maybe his internet is slow. Are you on AT&T Uverse, Chuck?
No,
Comcast?
I'm on fiber.
You're on fiber with
Yes.
what service?
AT&T fiber.
AT&T fiber. Okay. Is that not called Uverse?
No, Uverse is hardline.
Oh, okay. From Sango to Jim, still paying for that stuff. One is removed, system was upgraded. Catherine is replying that the cats are well. Glad to hear that. And see how many pop-ups get without it. We still haven't actually seen actual pop-ups. So if we install one Malwarebytes now, we're not going to be able to judge that it's helped anything because we haven't seen any. It's not the machine anymore. She needs to cancel sub. If it's not on the machine anymore, she needs to cancel sub. That's chit-chat between people. When I use the term chit-chat, it's just meaning that people are having a conversation between themselves. I don't need to read them, so I'm trying to get through those quicker. Gmail loaded fast. Yes, I thought so too. That is normal for Gmail. So, in concurring with my impression, I thought Gmail loading was fine, and there's 3 other people saying the same thing.
Right. And two, Doug, I'm confusing advertisement with pop-ups.
Yeah. So I think we're past that piece now. For all we know, we may have fixed your trouble. There may not be anymore because that fixing those, blocking those ads, that's going to block it on other sites as well. Lead to a fresh SSD. Here's chit chat. Here's people talking about their weather. Hello from Chris. Hi, Chris. Good to see you. System tray. Yes, Jim did mean that. Controlled folder access. Yes, Gary, that is what I meant. Is for the malware protection in Windows Defender, you can turn on controlled folder access. And I don't routinely do that, but I'm kind of interested in focusing on that and figuring out if I need to. I don't worry about that too much because controlled folder access is like your documents folder, pictures, and so on, and most of what I deal with are in the business environment. I don't care about their local computer documents folder. They don't use it. I bet he has the same modem, fiber, 1 gig. Yeah, so we know. And are we actually getting that speed or something reasonable? Chit chat. Where is Blackwatch? Oh, Blackwatch is not here. I know nothing new. That's chit chat. My nerves bothering me today. Expecting important letter hasn't come. Local USPS some issues. Weather, no. Blackwatch, no. Tony Wallow. I would like to see system info. I'll go back into that. I displayed that earlier. I'd like to see how much memory is in use. All those programs in the sys tray. Yes, agreed on all that. So let's hit first. We'll come back up to. Actually, I think I still have system info open. Isn't that it here? Yeah. So reviewing that again, we got an HP Elite Desk 800G2. i5 6600, and let's see, we are on legacy BIOS, and Catherine, if there's 12 gigabytes of memory, if there's something you want to see on a different page, please ask for that in chat. While I'm waiting for your response, Catherine, I'm going to bring up sysinfo on my computer, Windows key R and MS Info 32. So I am an i5 7500T, so I'll eat my words there. Here, your i5 6600, so my 7500 beats that, not by much,
Right.
but a little bit. You're 3300 gigahertz, I'm 2.70 gigahertz. Let's see, I'm a Lenovo. I'm also legacy BIOS. I didn't know that. And I have 8 gigabytes of memory, where you have 12. So fairly comparable.
Okay.
Not too far different. Let's see, Catherine. Yeah, so she's not asking for anything more. And then let's come back here. Now let's start looking at the other things, like to see system info, how much memory in use. Okay, so I'm coming down here to the taskbar, right click, choose Task Manager, and then go to more details. Now here, let's look at these things running in memory. We got Spotify right now. We'll shut that down in a little bit.
Yeah. I have no idea what Spotify is.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know why it's on there.
Oh, you know what? When you install programs from the internet or download things, sometimes they'll install extra clutter.
Yes.
Spotify, I believe, is just music, songs.
Well, I do listen to a lot of songs, and when I find them, I don't know whether or not I accidentally turned that on or not. I may have.
So maybe you're listening to songs with Spotify, you just weren't aware of it by name.
Right.
And Malwarebytes is active. Oh, it is in the system tray. Okay, so it is already installed. Now let's go to more details. So 34% memory at the moment, 44% CPU. We've got my remote connection to you is running. We've got the YouTube video is running. The chat is running, and we've got Zoom running. So your computer's pretty busy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to click on this heading for the CPU column and see if there's something else up towards the top here that is not one of the items that I just mentioned. And no, I don't see anything up here in the top CPU utilization. I'm going to sort by memory and see if there's anything in using a lot of memory. So here we actually see Malwarebytes service is the second most memory hog right now. And that's when Google Chrome, we don't have it doing a whole lot. We don't have a whole lot of things open, but let's shut down Google Chrome. It's showing almost 1 gigabyte of memory that Google Chrome is using right now. Malwarebytes using 251 megabytes. So in Google Chrome, we can shut down quite a bit of this. Let's see, we can shut down the chat, and we can shut down the YouTube video, but first I've got this highlighted here. I'm going to press Control C for copy. So I have that URL copied so that I can easily get back to that video. So now we have all of Google Chrome closed. So now we're at 25% memory in use, 41% CPU. And if we click over here in the name column, we get things sorted again by name. So let's bring chat back up. So I just open Chrome, press Control V, enter. That'll get our chat up here. I'll break that, pop out the chat, maximize it, and it's still zoomed in. Now let's figure out where I was at. Now it's right around in here. Catherine is my hero. She's always asking people to like the video. And we have 30 people watching right now, and 31 people watching right now, and 13 likes. No, it's fine. That was she's seen enough of the MS info. The same since the 1st of June. That's chit chat. That's chit chat. Well, Katrina's saying she clicked like, so thank you, Katrina. And Catherine saying thank you to Katrina for that. We're talking about M.2 rights. I have. Wait a minute. We were talking about M.2 rights. I have 36,000 GBs, 36 terabytes in 7 months. Okay, so I think he's referring to write operations, the amount that's written to his M.2 in that amount of time. Music, Spotify installed by default in Windows 10. Oh, really? I don't think I noticed that because it comes pre-installed with Microsoft. Okay, I don't think I noticed that. Windows has never had a system tray? Windows has never had a system tray? Really? Select which items appear in the taskbar. Am I going to get schooled here? Always show icons in the notification area. I always just call that system tray, but this is looking like it's calling that taskbar, isn't it? Well, how about that? Blow me over. Where do I get system tray from then? I've always called it sys tray. Huh. All right. Well, I'll defer that to a later memory probe. Malwarebytes Premium does not disable Defender. All right. Spotify, some people call Spot a spy, is junkware installed in Windows 10. Old HP laptop is 2 gig, so dim. Okay, that's a memory chip. Spot a spy. Go to Startup tab, disable Spotify. Okay, so that's right click on the taskbar, go to Task Manager, Startup tab, and Spotify disable. So if you wind up finding any problems with your music, we'll come back and fix that later.
Well, if it doesn't hurt, just leave it on.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Well, we do have these several people in the chat here saying that it is problematic.
Okay.
Now, if we come back up to let's see.
I listen to music on YouTube.
Yeah, Spotify's not going to be involved in that.
Yeah.
And since Spotify isn't running right now, but most likely it may bring some other advertisement
Okay.
type stuff to your computer. And all we're doing here is disabling it from starting up when you start your computer. We're not actually disabling
Okay.
the software. So I think we ought to leave that disabled, because
Okay.
if you try to launch something that needs Spotify, it'll start it. It'll launch it live. Okay, so I figured out where I was. All right, here I was. It is disabled on my Windows 10. I did not disable it myself. Okay, so that's referring to Catherine saying that Malwarebytes disables Windows Defender. System tray is another name given to the notification area. Okay, so notification area here, and then the notifications panel here. I guess I'm calling it panel. I know somebody was asking for us to go in there, and we'll get back to that in a little bit. It may disable some components of Defender. It has a lot of parts. My niece lives in your area. Husband works at Livermore Naval Air Station. I have landed my airplane at Livermore Naval Air Station. Chuck, were you with us on that trip?
No, I didn't go on that one.
Yeah, Chuck is a pilot also not currently flying, as neither am I. And let's see, yes, written. So yeah, he's referring to how much was written to as M.2 over 7 months. M.2 is a SSD storage that's on the motherboard. It's a chip rather than looking like a conventional hard drive that people might have in their mind. For people who don't know what an M.2 is, I know that's not a sufficient description. Potato. That might be referring to system tray, is the thing in the taskbar, but it is still a system tray. So yeah, I don't think you're going to break me of calling it a system tray, because I call this the taskbar here, and I call this the system tray over here. I've talked to many of my clients using that terminology. I don't think I'm going to get changed from that. BA Tringer system tray rate article, I provide a link for above. I'm reluctant to go to links during a live stream unless it's really pertinent to something we're trying to solve. So, you know what I'll do though? Let's see, that was from Jim. No, here, from BA Tringer. Here, BA Tringer. So I'm gonna bring Chuck's window down, and then I'm gonna right click on that link, choose copy link address. Then I'll bring up Chrome on my computer and paste that into a tab. Are you sure you want to leave YouTube? Oops, wait a minute. Anytime that I paste a link that I copied from YouTube, when I try to use that link, YouTube thinks I'm trying to leave YouTube. So here's the one. Yeah, did you know it never has system tray? Okay, so I will catch that article later. Coming back, I think they stopped calling it system tray in Windows 8. It will always be system tray to me as well. From the Muffin Man. Hello, Muffin Man. I don't think I recognize your name there, so welcome to the chat room. If you've been watching along and not chatting before, I hope we see more of you. BH Ringer, system tray, red article. Yeah, I did that, or copied that. If he's not using OneDrive, then it can be disabled. From Jim to me, if he's not using OneDrive, that can be disabled. I can't imagine that has anything to do with Spotify. Not sure what he's referring to about being disabled if you're not using OneDrive. There's a box Malwarebytes that needs to be unchecked. Go to the security tab and switch off always register in the Windows Security Center, problem solved. So that looks like that might fix the issue of Malwarebytes deactivating Windows Defender. Tavi Manor, uninstall Spotify in app settings to uninstall it. I think I'm more comfortable right now with just disabling it. Now, but just to inform people, so Windows key R and then appwiz.cpl. That'll get us into the add remove programs. And is Spotify in here? No, because it must be an app. And that is not where he was telling me to go. He wants to go into app settings. So Windows key, and then the gear icon for settings, and then app, I think it's called updating security. I hate this. Oh, here, apps. And Spotify in here. Scroll down to Spotify, or we could have used that search field, Spotify from here, and uninstall it if we really wanted to uninstall it. I'm not going to do that now. Boy, I'm really having second thoughts about that though. If more people vote for that, we'll go ahead and uninstall it. You could run Spotify when you want, no need to have it loading on startup. System trays, TRES, that must be the correct spelling for the system tray. Spotify does not come pre-installed. It's advertised as program on the start menu. It will install when you click on it. Ah, interesting. Y2 messengers on startup. Go look at that in a moment. Caution on Windows security sometimes comes not being signed into Microsoft account. Let's see. The caution on Windows security sometimes comes from not being signed into MS account. Well, yes. Here we have an exclamation mark on Windows security. Sometimes they're poking at you, trying to get you to sign into a Microsoft account. Right now they're trying to use app and browser control, trying to get you to turn that on. I kind of like that. I can't say that I've investigated it real deep, but this is to protect applications and browsers to block potentially unwanted apps. It's currently turned off, but by default it seems to be turned off. I'm inclined to turn that on. Are you game for that, Chuck?
Well, let me bring something up. Every once in a while I get kind of like a notification that says Microsoft needs to be updated or to change. There's maybe something wrong with my whatever, your password or something, and
Yeah.
I don't know much about that, so I've never clicked on it. That might be something that you may be referring to here. I may not be signed on to this MS account, Microsoft account right there. See where it's highlighted in the.
Yes.
I get an alert every once in a while that says that MS account needs to be looked at for something about my password or something.
Yeah, you got to be real careful with that, and I'm glad that you haven't clicked on that because that could be a phishing attempt.
Well, that's kind of what I thought, but
yeah. But Microsoft Windows also does send legitimate notices to you trying to get you to sign in to your Microsoft account. Microsoft very much wants you to do that.
Okay.
I've kind of softened towards it. I used to be really strongly against it. Actually, all my computers are currently signed into my Microsoft account, but because I have a very specific reason for wanting that.
Right.
But this app and browser control, if you are getting hit with phishing attempts, trying to find out what your account credentials are, then this may reduce the quantity of that happening.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to try clicking on that, see if that takes us. Yeah, it does take us to more information. Reputation-based protection. These settings protect your device from malicious or potentially unwanted apps, files, and websites. The setting to block potentially unwanted apps is turned off. Your device may be vulnerable. See, I don't know why Windows doesn't have this on by default. I have not found any downside to turning it on. So it can easily be turned off later. I'm going to go ahead and turn it on now and see if we get anybody in chat that knows an argument against doing that. So yeah, then you can find system tray notification about the right area. Yep, we'll get to that. That comes from MS. Trying to catch up here. Maybe one day visit them. Not important about system tray. I'd love to drive out to old system tray. They locked that thread. I wonder why. What thread? The link you sent from Microsoft. It works here. So apparently that link, you can't make comments on it, I suppose. I do not like Facebook Messenger. Gets hacked too. Oh boy, you got that right, Chris. Facebook Messenger, everything in Facebook. I get friend requests all the time from people you know, Chuck. I get friend requests that I know are phony.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're getting them too from people
Yeah.
we know from the aviation community. Their accounts have been hacked. They send out friend requests or they send Messenger trying to chat with you on Messenger, and it's very quickly obvious that they're not the people they claim to be. Cannot make replies on my end. Needs to write down messages he gets. Yeah, or take cell phone pictures. When you get a message that you're unsure of, take a cell phone picture. We'd love to see that. And we don't even have to do another live session to respond to you on that because we can respond to it in our other sessions. So this is repeated that statement. Sure to take a picture of the phone. Yeah, next thing you know, 4,035 pictures. Take a picture with your phone and immediately text it to me or email it to me.
Okay.
I hate syncing everything. And Chris, that's why I have my Microsoft account. I love syncing everything, particularly copy and paste. I copy from one computer and I can paste it on another computer. I use that all the time. But that's a special use case. That's not for everybody. Is locked, if that's what you mean. Yeah, that's referring to that website. I always turn that security setting on. That would be for the setting that I just changed. Oh, did I catch up? 305. It's 306. I caught up. Oh, it is hard to keep up with these people.
Let me ask one question before they all go.
Yeah.
Somebody said that about on Facebook Messenger. I just recently succumbed to Facebook Messenger.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't communicate on it, but I get stuff from some of our friends, and the only way that I keep telling them I don't subscribe to Messenger, so if have something to send me, email it. But then I finally said, okay, I'll do Messenger.
Yeah.
Is Messenger bad?
Well, you just got to understand to not believe everything that comes through on it.
Yeah.
So this is Messenger over here, and it seems to me that you can block people that you're not friends with on Messenger,
Okay.
and maybe that's a way to go. Settings and privacy seems like where that would be. Privacy checkup, shortcuts, settings. Sounds like settings would be the place for that. Oh boy, I'm sorry, Chuck. I'm gonna expose too much there.
I don't know what that was.
Well, I was into your Facebook account, so there was information in there that I'm not sure how personal it got. So let's go here. I've got you blurred now.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go back into that. I should have thought of that before going to that screen. So here's what was just exposed, Chuck. Do you have any concern about that content being exposed to the people in the chat room?
Well, I don't know what does ad account contract mean? That's my Gmail address.
Yeah, that's if somebody wants to contact you about advertisement, I suppose. Really, the question to you is it upsetting to you that people may have seen this email address?
No, because I give that email address out.
You give it out freely.
Yes.
Okay. So
Now,
we're not gonna worry about that then.
the Facebook one, I don't ever give any. I didn't know that was my Facebook username.
All right. Okay. So then, yeah, that's a username that you never have to actually do anything with.
Okay.
So here's security and login. And currently I have your screen blurred. I need to remember to unblur it when we're at a point where we can get to something worthy. Setting up extra encryption. I don't think any of that is where we want. So I'm going to go back to Messenger, see if here's options in Messenger. That sounds likely. Pop-up new message requests, block settings. Okay, so we'll go look at that. Now this screen right here, it shows the city you live in. Nothing else there of concern. So I'm going to unblur your screen now.
Yeah.
Okay, So then if we come here to Messenger, click on that, and then this three-dot menu for options, and then call sounds, message sounds, pop up new messages. So when people send you messages on Messenger, do you want them to pop up? We can turn that off so they don't pop up. And the only way you would see them is to intentionally go in to Messenger. Since you're not frequent with Messenger, I think that might be okay for you.
Yeah, just leave. That's okay like it is, because I don't actively go to this icon right up here and search things in there.
Well, if you're on the Facebook page, if you're on a web page for Facebook, any Facebook web page, you're going to get the pop-up messages as somebody sends you a message on Messenger. But if that's not bothering you, if you're not having trouble with that, let's not worry about it.
It's okay.
Message request, message delivery settings, block settings. So this is settings that you can use to block people. I want this panel to go, that panel on the right to go away. It should have gone away. How does that go away? All right, here, restricted list. Okay. So block users. When you block someone, that person can no longer see things you post on your timeline.
Unblock Daryl DeLone.
Oh, he accidentally got blocked. We know Daryl DeLone, and if he were to see this video and see that he was blocked from your Facebook, that would be awkward.
Yeah.
Oh, here's another one, blocked for messages.
Yeah. In fact, I talked to him recently, and I said, I don't see you on the computer anymore, email. And there was a time that I enjoy his communications, and
sure.
I didn't realize that it was blocked.
Okay. So here's blocking messages. So if you get somebody really troubling you, you can add them into here to block them. Okay, but I was thinking that there might be a way to block messages from everyone except people that you have, that you're friends with.
I don't think I'm getting indiscriminate messages.
Okay, so that's not an issue.
I believe that, like, for example, you saw Sally O and Mike Garcia. They're the people that don't use email; they use Messenger.
Okay. So, yes, and we got one right here. This one, Catherine Anna Hauserman. She uses Facebook Messenger a lot. Yeah. That's like the only way to get hold of her. She provides computer support to people, particularly people that are building computers. Oh, okay. And she's responding no to me on something, and that was too far ago for me to know what she's responding no to. There's a block option on Facebook. I use it for people that have empty profiles. Oh, she's probably responding there about that block option. Yeah. Did you see my suggestion regarding malware bar? It's not disabling Defender. Yes. Oh, that was to Catherine, sorry. Yes, I did. So chit chat. Pointing out that a Microsoft moderator said that was a system tray. So yeah, but Microsoft moderator, you can be a Microsoft moderator without being employed by Microsoft. So just because they're a moderator for the Microsoft forums, that's probably what that's referring to. It doesn't really put them in a position of authority. And obviously already a lot of people agree that, a lot of people know that as system tray. Welcome to Catherine, chit chat, system tray, yeah. So, and Mr. Funseeker 57, hello, Mr. Funseeker 57. If you're referring to the year you were born, then we are very, very close in age. All right, then let's minimize this. I got caught up with chat again. Wow. If no Facebook, how can we reach you, Catherine? Well, Catherine will respond to that, assuming she chooses to. And then let's get in here to notifications. This down in the bottom right corner is notifications. And I routinely turn off all notifications from my client computers because they never pay attention to it and never really anything in here that they care about. Now, here's something that you were talking about earlier. We need to fix your Microsoft account, most likely your password changed. Click here to fix it in shared experiences settings.
That's exactly what I get all the time.
Yep. Okay. So we'll go take a look at that. Let's go up here. Your notifications will remain quiet here in Action Center while you're in full screen mode. Turn off now. So apparently you have Focus Assist enabled right now, which quiets down the notifications that you'll see. Now coming up here to manage notifications, all these check marks means you're going to get notifications for tips and tricks, suggestions what can finish setting up my device, Windows Welcome experience, allow notifications to play sound, show reminders, incoming VoIP calls, which you don't get, show notification on lock screen. I like to remove all these check marks and turn this switch off.
Go right ahead.
All right, so now that also turns off some things down here. So here's Focus Assist and Mail and Google Chrome. All of this stuff, you really don't need them popping up as notifications. I think it's a rare exception, the person who wants those. And actually, I have come across people who want that. So when I turn that off, all of these down here grayed out because they're no longer individually selectable because we turned all of that off. There are still some notifications that may come through to notification, but they're really high priority things that Microsoft wants to push through. So we're going to come go look at that in a little bit. Only alarms will break through. So that would be alarms that you set. You don't even do alarms, I imagine. Go to notification, turn off all notifications for Focus Assist. I haven't looked into this very much at all. And that's already grayed out, probably because we've already turned notifications off. So I think that's a goner. No longer need to deal with. Now, so here, your Microsoft account. Let's see, I'm going to come over here to your Windows button and highlight your profile icon. There's no indication there that you're logging in with a Microsoft account. I'm going to press Windows key, sign in. I'm going to blur your screen because we might be coming up to something with personal information, but I think you've already indicated that you're okay with this. So your info, this tells us right here that you are not logging in with a Microsoft account. So you're not logging into Windows with a Microsoft account. For most people, that's the way I like it to be.
Okay.
I'm not most people. All of my computers, I do log in with my Microsoft account because I want to synchronize content between my computers. So here's your Microsoft account. Your screen is blurred right now. Do you have any objection to exposing that?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Then it shows up here too. And do you have any objection to exposing that?
No, because I freely give that out.
Okay. So here we're unblurred. So I'm on the Your Info section. So add work or school account. So this is a work or school account. Oh, that's interesting. Outlook.com. I've only known that to be for custom domain names for a school entity or a business entity, but Outlook.com, I would expect that to be a personal. Well, I guess that is here as a personal account. It's just this link is for adding a work or school account. I guess I just wasn't aware that shows up down here. So up in this area, email and accounts used by email, calendar, and contacts. So that's these two accounts. This one's your Microsoft account. This is your actual active email account. But you don't actually use the Microsoft Mail program or the Microsoft Calendar program or the Contacts program. So you really don't care about those. I'm going to bring chat back up. Let's see, Gary, I know that would be responding to something up there. Chit chat. Notifications from Microsoft happens to me a lot, especially on laptops. So that would be the part about something wrong with your account. Then that's chit chat. Welcome. Okay, so let's come back to what I find is that we can clear this message just by logging into your Microsoft account, and at that point Microsoft realizes that, okay, your account is okay, or possibly you have changed your password and maybe not realized it. So I'd like to go ahead and follow through on this. I'm going to blur your screen now and then.
Okay.
And do you think you know what your Microsoft account password is?
that is probably the reason I never clicked on it.
Okay, so here your screen is blurred now. I'm going to go click on this. Showing 23 viewers, 15 likes. Thank you everybody for being with us. And so that took us into shared experiences, number sharing. I don't see anything here private, so I'm going to unblur the screen to show where we're at. So clicking on that icon brought us into here. And here's the red item. Some of your accounts require attention. Shared experiences. Use all system accounts to authorize actions across devices. Well, I don't think we want to share actions across devices, but we'll just deal with this to get rid of that nagging prompt. So screen is blurred again, and then I'll click on Fix Now. Now hang on a second here. You've already okayed us to show that email address, so I'm going to show what screen this gave us. So it took us to a Microsoft sign-in, enter password because you're accessing sensitive information, verify your password. I want to mention here, it's very common that phishing campaigns, it's spelled Phishing, it can come to you through email, it can come to you by clicking on something on a website, kind of unusual, probably highly unlikely to come to you based upon being on a settings screen within Windows 10. I really doubt that would ever happen. But they can counterfeit a screen that looks like this, wanting you to type in your password, and then they can capture it and use that information to do their bad, evil deeds.
Right.
Another place that this can be very similar is if you're in a hotel room and you click to join their Wi-Fi. You might see a prompt come up that's asking you to enter your Microsoft password or even your Windows password. That shouldn't happen. That would be a man-in-the-middle attack where somebody in the hotel has set up a Wi-Fi device that is advertising the same Wi-Fi name as the hotel. And they can intercept your computer's communications and try to trick you into entering private information. And then they'll pass the communication along to the hotel's actual Wi-Fi system so that you don't realize anything went wrong. So I'm just saying very cautious when you're at a hotel or Starbucks or anything with a public Wi-Fi. You should not be typing in your password on any screen other than what you know to be a valid place to type it in, such as going to the office.com website and being asked for it there. Okay, so your screen is blurred. Go ahead and type in your password. It shouldn't matter to blur the screen anyway because we won't be able to see what you type.
I'm trying to find my password on that.
Aha! Okay.
I thought I saw it here on a piece of paper earlier that Rots Riley is one that I used a long time ago.
Okay, well you go ahead.
Here it is.
Oh, did you find it?
I'm going to try this.
Okay.
I think that's it.
All right. And you can click that eyeball. You're safe to do that because I have the screen blurred. So you click on the eyeball to be sure you typed what you think you typed.
Yeah, that's what I think it is.
Okay.
With the H capitalized and the rest of them is lower caps. Now
Okay.
that's what I believe it to be.
All right. Go ahead and try it. So, okay, we got an interesting thing here. I'm going to read that. I'm not going to unblur your screen because it actually displays what's probably your cell phone number.
Yes, it is.
So it says, call us overprotected, but we need to make sure you can receive a security code if you ever lose access to this account. Where should we send your code to? Now, there's a drop-down list here that there might be alternatives. But if you go ahead and click next, and it's going to send a code to your cell phone.
Okay.
And you'll type in the code.
It should ring.
Okay. While you're doing that, I'm going to punch up my computer number 3 and catch up with some chat. Happens to me. Advice, chit chat. Does he need a Microsoft account? So we know now he does have one. I want to build my first computer. That's chit chat. Candidate for RoboForm. Maybe. Check the Outlook account. Yeah, we could do that. I like that idea.
I got the code.
Okay. Yeah, you have typed in the code, and go ahead and click next. And did you hear Windows Hello Face was hacked so that any face will log into your Microsoft account? This is no joke. I did not hear that. I will check up on that. And yes, we'll use the I been pwned address. And hello, Rick Hubbard. Good to see you from the UK. And let's see what we got here. We're back to not needing to be blurred on Chuck's screen. So you completed that sign in, and now that message is gone.
Right.
So we have verified. All they wanted to do there apparently was verified that you're still a live account, because we didn't do it. We clicked on that fix button.
Right.
You typed in your password. You did a 2-factor authentication with your cell phone.
Right.
That worked, and so Windows is happy again.
Yep, they seem to be.
There's Windows happy dance. So then here's this, let's see, I want to dismiss this message. Oh, clear. I'll click on this X to clear this message about Focus Assist. So we've got your notifications all cleared off. So we had a request in the chat room to check, have I been pwned, for your Outlook account credentials and your Microsoft account credentials. And that's just a very healthy thing to do now and then. I'm guessing, Chuck, that you don't know what I'm referring to. Is that right?
Well, I've heard it, but I don't know what that means.
Okay. So I'll just open a new instance of Google Chrome here. And Chuck, I'll ask you to type in the address bar, haveibeenpwned.com. And pwned is spelled P-W-N-E-D. I'm asking you to type it so that you just have experience of going to this address yourself. No spaces. And it showed up there in search results already. It's already showing up there because people go to this often enough. And then it's showing in search results. So just click on that first one after you verify that it says haveibeenpwned.com so that you know, yes, that is the right address. So click on that. Now what you do here is you can put in an email address or a phone number, and we're going to find out if that information has been revealed to the dark web for the criminals to see it.
Okay.
So I've got your screen blurred again, even though we already know your email address, but we don't know your phone. So let's start with your Yahoo email address. Curious to see if people start placing bets in the chat as to whether his Yahoo has been pwned.
Oops.
You know what? I'm sorry. I think I clicked somewhere. So go ahead and click back into that main field, and I'll keep my hand off of the mouse for that computer.
Let me find out where it is.
No.
Oops, that's wrong.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and launch Google Chrome again.
That has to be double-clicked for some reason.
Yes, the icon on the desktop has to be double-clicked. The icon on the taskbar at the bottom is a single click.
Do I put it in here, right in here, or
Better to put it in the address bar up at the top.
right there?
Yeah. And you can actually put in a search question up here in the address bar, because that'll default to the Google Chrome search engine. And that is healthier to use than the Yahoo. That search field you were typing in is the Yahoo search engine. And somebody suggested that in chat earlier, that you don't use that search field in Yahoo because it's really going to hit you with advertisement. And even though you have the ads blocked, your computer's going to be busy with blocking them.
Okay. So another is don't. Okay. I got my email address in there, and
Yeah, so go ahead and click that button on the right-hand side that says pwned with a question mark.
okay.
Okay, now just leave the screen right here. I'm going to
Okay.
go ahead and unblur your screen because, as we said earlier, you've already permitted us to see that email address. And we got a message that says, good news, no pwnage found. And some of the people, even when your screen was still blurred, they knew it was good news because all of this background is green.
Okay.
And when it's bad, I think this background is red or orange. Yeah. So now we want to do the next address, but instead of backspacing over all of that,
Mm-hmm.
a shortcut would be hold down the control key on your keyboard and press the letter A, because that's going to select all of the text in the current text area. And then go ahead and type in your other email address. I have not blurred the screen because you have already approved us to see that address. And then pwned. Good news, no pwnage found. So we're really happy with that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to blur the screen. Go ahead and do Control A again and put in your cell phone number.
I wonder if you put a 1 first.
I'm not sure.
I'll try it.
I think you could do it either. I imagine yes, because this is a worldwide system. And we also got, people can see because of the green, no pwnage found. So let me put in one of my email addresses so you can see what happens when you have been pwned.
Okay.
Because I've had this address so long that yes, it has been pwned. However, I've changed all my account credentials since then. So now, so everyone with the screen still blurred, you see that dirty orange background. So I'm
Yeah.
going to go ahead and show this because this doesn't reveal anything. So I've unblurred the screen. You've got my email address there. Pwned in 10 data breaches and found no pastes. When we scroll down here, we can see the actual breaches that I was pwned in. So in Adobe October 2013, my account with that address was included in a breach. But if my account password on Adobe was unique, then all I have to do is go change my password on my Adobe account. Apollo, I don't know what Apollo is. It's some kind of it tells us here it's a database containing billions of data points. I didn't mean to click on that. But you can, obviously, as I just did, click to get more information. So a lot of these breaches, data enrichment from exposure from PDL, a lot of these are things I don't recognize. And LinkedIn in May of 2016, MySpace, Pixlr, which is a free online graphics editing, and I do know that. So that was as recent as October 2020. And when I discovered that, I went and changed my address, my password on that account, and it had a unique password. So this is what it looks like when you have been pwned.
Okay.
Let's bring up chat and see what's going on. So this is where, yeah, I was being referred to that address. Chit chat, Chris, one of his was pwned. Do not like hello face. Darren has red because he's been pwned. And that pwnage, that's going to stay forever for that email address. You're never going to get rid of that. But the way you fix that is that you've changed all the passwords on all your online accounts to a unique, complex password, and then use a password manager if you choose to do that. And we have yet to discuss that subject because it has been requested that we talk about that.
Yeah, I'd like to get in on that discussion.
Okay, my old Yahoo address was hacked because I used to go to Yahoo Chats, check the Microsoft account. I think we already did that. Yeah, we did. He did type in the email address that he uses for his Microsoft account. It was the outlook.com. So he did that. Just checked my Microsoft email that I still used. It was pwned. BH Ringer, that was an account that was the same as the email. Well, that's between people.
Now, Chris he said that he checked his Microsoft and he was pwned. Now he should go in and change his passwords.
Yeah, however, that email address that he uses for his Microsoft email, if you go look at the details of those pwnage,
Yeah.
if you know that if he knows that he has changed his password after the date of these data breaches,
Okay.
then he's okay.
I got you. So in other words, even the old ones show up.
Yes, the old ones are
after you have changed your email address.
Yes, they're always going to be there.
Rather your password.
Yeah.
Okay.
So here Chris is asking the same follow-up question, sort of, should you stop using it if it's pwned? No. You can continue using that email address. Just be sure you've changed the password. Now, there's a caveat to that. Your email address is out there on the dark web for people to send you phishing emails. So even if some of those data breaches did not include passwords, some of those data breaches only revealed your email address, maybe included your first and last name, maybe included some other information that was in that database about you, which can give the evildoers on the internet a way to try to scam you. So the fact that your email address is pwned, you can still keep using it. You just need to be extra alert that you might be getting emails that are total scams.
Wow.
It was changed after. I got it, he says. Okay.
20 years ago, would you think this industry of pwning and scamming, it's a new industry?
Oh, it's a new industry, and it's going to be completely different 10 years from now.
Oh, it will.
It'll be unrecognizable. There's chit chat. All right. So now, then, when you're going to do a new password, you say, okay, I want to put in a new password. So let's have you go to another site. You go ahead and type wait a minute. Am I on your computer?
I think
You have a Google Chrome screen up. Yeah. Go ahead and type in, is my password secure? I think I'm saying that right. And the search results are probably going to pop up as you're typing that. Oh, how secure is my password actually is what it is. If you keep typing the word password, then that other search result is probably going to show up. How secure is my password? There it is. It's the second one there. Just click on that. It'll take you to it, and then click on the search result. You want to always be sure. You want to look at the URL where it says HTTPS howsecureismypassword.net. You want to be sure that matches what you think you're going to. Do you see that above your mouth? Yeah, right there.
Yeah.
You want to be sure when you search for something, before you click on the search result, make sure the URL is believable for what you're trying to go to. Go ahead and click on it. So now, I'm going to type some characters. So when you type, your characters don't show up. So go ahead and type in the password for your Outlook account.
Outlook. Okay.
That was your Microsoft account, your Outlook.com account. Okay, so what this tells us is that password would take a single computer 22 minutes to crack.
Okay.
So if the criminal decided they want to get to your Outlook account, then on one of those pwnages where they've discovered what your email address is, they could now go to Outlook.com, and with the proper software, they could crack your password in 22 minutes.
Jeez.
So you need to go fix that. You're going to have to go change your password, and maybe we do that during the live stream. It's safe to do that. I can kind of guide you through that. So let's make up a new password for you. And what I'm going to suggest is now, actually, maybe we need to back up a step. You said you're interested in a password management software.
Yeah, I would, because
Okay.
I don't feel that any of my passwords are that secure.
Okay.
And remembering a password without some sort of a manager, I have no idea. I no
Okay.
longer have a real nice iPhone because I couldn't remember a password.
Let's go ahead down that direction then. So I use LastPass, but I got started with them a long time ago. They do not have free accounts, so I don't think we're going to go that way. So I'm trying to think of the one that Kerry Holzman and Mike Smith are promoting, RoboForm. RoboForm it's called. And I think that does charge. I don't think it's free, is it? Let's go find out. They're going to answer that for me in chat, I'm sure, before I get to Kerry's channel. But I'm going to try going to Kerry Holzman's channel and just look at the links there. Let's see. Kerry Holzman. And there's a lot of people in the chat room that are fans of Kerry Holzman's channel, as I am. And let's go click on this. I gotta be sure to pause it because I don't want to get copyright violations. And I think most of his descriptions are including a link for RoboForm. There it is. 30% discount on RoboForm. So it's not free. And I'm not sure what free password managers are currently available. And let's go look at what that cost is. I think it's pretty reasonable. So when we click on this link, that'll take us to RoboForm on a sub page that's for Kerry Holzman. So it's going to show us what the deal is. Get this deal. Get syncing across devices, secure sharing, premium support, and more. This tells us what it does. They do have a free version versus everywhere. Okay, so when we come down here to the difference between the free, so these items the free version does not have, whereas the paid version has. So sync across all devices. So if you don't get the paid version, it's just going to be for your computer, or you could also get it on some other device, maybe, but they're not going to sync. So if you change the password on one device, that new password is not going to show up on the other. A cloud backup, secured shared folder, grant emergency access, web access, and support. What both versions provide is unlimited logins, fill web forms, multi-platform support, strong encryption, password audit, securely send logins, receive emergency access, application logins, manage bookmarks. I'm not going to try to describe what each of those does,
Right.
but just say that it is a very thorough product. So RoboForm reviews. So this screen doesn't show us how much it costs. So there's a get this deal for getting the paid version. So I click on that. So that's going to tell us it's 1 year for less than $17, and 3 years is for $45. So when you divide 45 by 3 years, that gets you down to what, $15 per year, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
Now, before we go further on that, let's go catch up on chat here, and that's where I left off. Chris says he doesn't use password manager. I have my own way. I don't trust them, and that's fine. If you have a way that works for you, I have no problem with that, as long as your passwords are secure. My email address has been pwned 14 times. All the old obsolete websites I used to navigate, I religiously changed my password for email. Now I've been using the same email. So it's all old and obsolete websites is fine as long as you're no longer using the passwords that you were using for those websites on current accounts. I'm not crazy about checking that site either if it's secure. That site is secure because it has been substantially audited by the security brilliant people around the world. So I'm not worried about checking on those sites because they've been very well vetted. I wouldn't go to somebody's podunk site that I don't know about. But those sites that we just went to are very secure. Now, I wouldn't want to do it in a hotel room connected to a Wi-Fi that I wasn't certain that there wasn't somebody doing a man-in-the-middle attack. Simple, if your password is long, it's good. Capital letter random symbols doesn't make a password stronger. The longer it is, the longer it takes. Yes. Even better to use a security key. Yes. Give your password and I will check to see if it is in use. So some of you realize that Chuck did just reveal his password to me. Well, I have my clients, they call me when they forget their passwords. And that's part of why I pay for LastPass, because I keep my clients' information secure that way too. They have a subscription service. Sign up through Carrier's link for a discount. I'm a RoboForm customer. It's a paid product. I use it to store passwords, make passwords, fill passwords. It looked to me like they do have a free version. Well, of course it does. We read that. Just check my bank password. It would take 100,000 years to crack. Yep, I have some really long times too. In fact, I have septillion years. So 100,000 years is minor league compared to some of my passwords.
And if you didn't have a manager, you'd never remember it.
And that's right. It's an excellent password manager worth the price just for peace of mind alone. Agreed. I mean, what was that? What did we say? $17 for a year to put your mind at free over it? LastPass is free, but is limited. I don't think that's the case anymore, Dan the Man. I think LastPass completely... Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not true. No, you're right. They do have a free, but it is limited, and it might be for like single device. I think they used to have it free for multiple devices. Then they trimmed it down. So yes, you're right. The fact that you need a password to log into a bank is worrying, though. The fact that you need a password to log into a bank is worrying, though. Take me a minute to imagine what he means by that. I do not completely understand how RoboForm works. If you format your drive, get a new computer, what happens? You log into your account. Somehow, well, that's an interesting question, because I believe RoboForm, as the others, claim that they do not have access to what your password is. That you have stored with them. But somehow when you log into their account, the way encryption works, with the password that you use, all your information is accessible to you through their website, but only if you have the password to your account. So somehow that decrypts the information that's in there. Gary likes Shields Up. Chris, old man, my dad's old XP laptop from his work. It was in bad shape. Everything was hidden and blinking on startup. I fixed that, but it is from company. Could not unhide his files. Okay. It's been this way for 20 plus years. It's never been an issue. That's chit chat. Not sure what their conversation is. Use a password manager. When auditors ask me what are the passwords, I say they're on the server somewhere. They say that's great. They wish me luck on my new position. Now, Gary is, I don't have it completely memorized, but Gary is a vice president in a Fortune 100 company, I think, in dozens and dozens of countries and thousands upon thousands of, sites or computers. Huge environment. So he's saying use a password manager. When the auditors ask me where are the passwords, and I say on a server somewhere, they will say that is great. They wish me luck on my new position. So it sounds to me like the auditors are expecting Gary to be better informed, which makes a lot of sense. You have keep safe. You have keep safe. You have to keep safe. I'm not aware of a product called Keep Safe. So I think he's saying you have to keep safe. In the Netherlands, in order to access the bank, you need your bank card and a QR scanner. It will make a one-time code. Oh, I understand. They have higher security in the Netherlands and some other places. But yeah, I did recently come across that information. Maybe it was from Sam, that to log into a bank account, it's you have to jump through more hoops.
Wow.
Chris is saying I meant the IT tech couldn't even unhide the business data files from his father's computer, I think it was. Oh, I'm caught up on chat again. Oh boy. Marvelous. So what we want to go look at, RoboForm. Are you ready to buy it? Are you convinced? Are you sold?
Well, I know, if I know how to, what I do to.
Well, if we do this right now, I'm going to walk you through it.
Okay, go ahead.
We're going to do it together.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So add to cart. Yeah, I'm going to start blurring the screen once in a while because sometimes purchase screens pop up, the browser will pop up personal information. Now I'm unblurred, so it put in a discount code automatically, carry 30, and so it's discounting $7.20. So normally it would be the $23.88. Now, if we do more years, then you are locking in the discounted value for subsequent years. If we don't purchase additional years, then you may be paying the higher rate in subsequent years.
I'll back up and see the number of years.
Yeah, so let's see. I
how much.
think I'm going to hit the back button. This cart is not clickable, so I'll hit the back button.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. There are people in our chat that have testified to RoboForm, people that have testified they're happy with RoboForm through Kerry Holzman and Mike Smith's channels. I feel very comfortable with it. If you were to say, Doug, I don't like RoboForm, I want to do something else, I don't know offhand what I would refer you to, but they do have satisfaction guaranteed. 100% satisfaction guarantee. If for a reason you're not happy with the purchase, simply contact friendly consultant with 30 days and we will happily refund 100% of your purchase price. Now, one of the advantages of using the products, purchasing the products that Kerry Holzman recommends, is if you were to have any trouble, if you try to get this refund and if you had any difficulty with it, Kerry Holzman will get on the phone and help with that. Okay. He takes it very personal. And he has way more muscle than I do with these vendors. I don't have any discount codes with vendors because I'm not a big enough channel for that. Let's go take a look at what people are saying in chat. Let's see. U.S. still checks while they are long gone in Europe. Kevin, the U.S. still has checks while they are long gone in Europe. Jim is leaving. See you later, Jim. Password managers keep your passwords on their servers, which you have no control over. Yeah, I understand that. And your only security in that is they risk their business if they don't keep those secure. But they could get hit by ransomware or hackers. It's reasonable to say, and I know that there are security firms that do audits on those types of services to be sure that they are doing everything they can to protect. But nothing is 100% safe. So there is still the potential of getting hit. So you got to find a way to live with having good secure passwords. And what Chuck currently has is not a good secure password, and he's already told us he doesn't want to manage it himself. Catherine has the 5 years. Ada saying good night. Good night, Ada. Thank you for being with us. I may give RoboForm a try. I will think about it, from Chris. Sam says fully encrypted. They can't access that. Carrie's a good guy. I see RoboForm on my laptop, desktop, Android phone, so no worry about losing data. RoboForm has never been hacked. Yeah, but everybody who gets hacked the first time, the day before that happened, they also could say they've never been hacked. So that alone doesn't sell. It's highly unlikely that a security software is going to get hacked. So you got to put your trust somewhere. Are you going to put it in notes on your desk or your memory? Because I've had people that forgot their passwords. They didn't have a password manager. They forgot it. They can't get into really highly valued, photos of their family and stuff like that. Try at a real company. Doug has a good point about it getting ransomware. Yeah, because RoboForm could. Now, that is one reason why, since I have my clients' information that I'm using LastPass for. LastPass is a larger company than RoboForm, been around longer than RoboForm. I think Kerry Holzman, well, he had a person he was interviewing that appeared on his show, and it was either the owner of RoboForm or a high exec in RoboForm. So you're not going to get, Kerry Holzman is not big enough to get the CEO of LastPass. So it's a much larger entity with a larger security department, I'm sure, and it's more expensive. I don't recall offhand how much. Are you sure? Yes, positive. Show me. Okay, so I'm going to get up from my desk for a moment and turn my air conditioner on. How many years do you want to go for, Chuck?
Well, if 5 years would give me, I will only be 92 then, so that's okay.
5 years?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to blur your screen and click Add to Cart. And when you see what's next, you can go ahead and start that. I'm going to walk away from my desk because I got to go turn the air conditioner on.
Okay.
All right, so Chuck's on a RoboForm payment screen. Yeah. Let's see, let me go ahead and show that screen before you start entering information.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I guess it chooses payment method, and by the way, I use what's that thing called? I use a product called privacy.com for credit cards. So I have one-time or single site use credit cards. Every time I want to make a payment on, like for RoboForm, I actually create a new credit card, and it pulls directly from my checking account, so it's not actually a credit card. But I really like using that type of extra security.
Well, that's like a debit card, isn't it?
Yes, it functions like a debit card as far as pulling money straight out of my checking account. But the thing that's unique about it is I don't have to give the vendor my real address or my real name or my real phone number. When the vendor tries to run the credit card, privacy.com confirms whatever I put in. I can say my name is Bill Gates or Santa Claus, and the transaction will go through. And the nice thing about it is that if I ever have trouble with canceling a service, I can just cancel that privacy.com credit card and they'll never draw another dollar from it. Whereas if they have an actual credit card, they might, some of these website services are difficult to get through to cancel a payment.
Yeah.
Now, actual credit card companies have been coming up with those where you can go to your credit card website and actually create a temporary or one-time use credit card or single vendor credit card. I haven't looked into those a whole lot, but I did happen to see it on one of mine. So if you do it with a credit card, then how do you cancel? You would have to cancel by going to the website and turning it off. If you use PayPal, I think it's a little easier to cancel then. If you use paper check or money order, that's just really difficult nuisance to do. Yeah. Now, I feel pretty comfortable about RoboForm. I think they're a pretty responsible company, and that you would be able to cancel it if you so chose to. But that's 5 years down the road. The credit card you're about to use is going to be expired by then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that's your safety valve. They won't be able to charge it.
I'm looking at that. I would have, because I do a lot of with PayPal, I would have just almost clicked PayPal.
I don't have any reason to object to that. because you know that's a dollar amount that I think you can easily just do a one-time payment. You don't need to make credit card payments on it.
No.
So go ahead and click PayPal. Then I'm going to blur your screen because this is about to come up with information, I think. So you put in your first and last name, email address, and actually you have already revealed that information.
Well, generally,
Yeah, it all popped up because your web browser has this information remembered.
exactly.
Now that's why that's why I need to blur the screen before going there, because when you clicked on that, it also popped up your street address and your phone number.
Right.
And we have not revealed that. So I'd rather not reveal that. So there's a next button in the bottom right corner. You can click on that.
It says wait.
Yep, we're waiting. Now that delay was not the responsibility of your computer. That was the responsibility of their website interacting with PayPal. Now this is actually taking you to PayPal.
Right.
We recognize you on this device, so no need something or other. And so it's come up with some credit card information that you want to pay it on, so you could choose to pay it out of a different source if you chose.
That's the one that I normally use.
Oh, that's a checking account, yeah. So then click Pay Now.
Sometimes it's weird. Sometimes this processing takes a long time. Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's not, well, and I'm sure that's not the responsibility of your computer. That's their system somehow.
Yeah.
And that may be just PayPal. That may have been the communication between PayPal and RoboForm.
Yeah, it could very well be.
So now this screen is back to RoboForm. It's giving us an order ID, and it has a link for create your RoboForm account and log into your existing account. I'm just looking at this considering I can't imagine that order ID is anything that evil people could do anything with. So I'm going to go ahead and unblur your screen. Let's go look at chat here to catch up a little bit, though. The owner would be replying to something. Oh, it was the owner that Carrie was interviewing. Carrie has added people from Acronis also. Yes. Is it hot in Fresno? Yeah. Well, Chuck and I both, it's not as hot as it has been. I think we were expecting like 100, 103 today. I'm just looking right now to see what.
It's 106 right now.
Yeah, 106. So as soon as I touched the weather app on my phone, it said 76. I thought, what? It hadn't refreshed since this morning until it actually came up. So yeah, we'll call that hot, and it might be referring to me turning my air conditioning on. Now you look cool, Doug. So that's probably after I turned the air on. And Gary's got a link there about best password manager, I'm guessing is what that M is. I'm gonna go snag that address. So right click, copy link address, go to the browser on my computer, open another tab, paste that. It's going to ask if I want to really leave YouTube, and click go to site, and I'll come back and look at that later. So then back to Chuck's computer. Whoops. I also keep all passwords in an encrypted text file on my PCs and backup disk. Something I have done for passwords that I manually keep track of, such as my LastPass password. It doesn't do me any good to keep that in LastPass. I have to keep track of that password somewhere else. Well, I have a way of mentally encrypting passwords that I use that same mental encryption every time that I use an encryption. All financial passwords aid only in my encrypted text file, not in RoboForm. All financial passwords are only in my encrypted text file, not in RoboForm. Okay. So he doesn't trust RoboForm for his financial passwords. He'll do it for websites that don't contain his financial assets. That makes sense.
Well, that was one of the questions I'd come up to. I want to use a new encrypted password for my banking and other financial things.
Yeah. Now the catch here, and I suspect Jeff has this handled, is that encrypted text file is stored on a computer, and it certainly needs to be backed up elsewhere, or maybe stored as an encrypted file in multiple locations. I wouldn't even trust having it on my computer and backed up. I'd want it on multiple devices that don't synchronize that file. Because we're looking at what about individual private citizens could get attacked with ransomware.
Yeah.
It could be that that it becomes a thing with high school kids find that they can do ransomware to individual computers and get smaller amounts of money and encrypt your computer's files and the backups that are connected to your computer. So there's lots of different vectors of possible attack and lost. Passwords go on a yellow sticky note on your monitor. Terrific. I love that. That is awesome. Now, of course, that's from Gary, and if that auditing company saw his comment in this chat room, he might be in trouble. So if any of you want to have ransom material on Gary, or not ransom, blackmail material on Gary, that might be it right there. Gary's yelling at me right now. Don't give them any ideas. Hamilton, Ontario is hot and hazy. Wow, 106 is 83 here, and that's hot with the humidity. 83 feels like 87. I'd like to have 87. It's 84 with 75 humidity, dying behind my AC. Hello, Rain. Oh, Ryan's here. I didn't notice the name. I'm reading through these without looking at names a lot of times, so I didn't notice Ryan appeared in chat. Any of that haze actually smoke from fires in Saskatchewan? That's chit chat. Didn't get that far. Okay, so caught up. 406 in chat. And let's see, making a note on my other computer for 406. Okay, so here's your link for create your RoboForm account. Again, I've had you blurred all this time. Doggone it. That's the thing about when I blur screens, I forget to unblur them. So your purchase is complete, has an order ID, activate your license, create your RoboForm account. We're going to go do that. Now here you're going to be creating a password that you are going to have to keep track of somewhere.
That would be the password for RoboForm?
Yeah, for RoboForm. So we'll talk about that when we get there. Install the latest RoboForm from, so that's the download for it. So we got to start with creating an account and then install the software. So here I'm clicking on that. That should open a new tab. It did. And then we're going to blur again, and you can go ahead and fill in your information. So as soon as I clicked in the email field, it popped up your email address, which yes, you've already approved us to see, but it also popped up and would populate any other fields on this form. So it's important for me to be in the habit of blurring screens. So I think you actually need to click on that email address that's showing up in that. Yeah, click on that right there, and that should populate it into that field. Now let's talk about password. You need a password here that you can probably write down somewhere that would be secure and be a good, safe, strong password and not be an obvious password when somebody sees where you have written it. So I'm going to give you a suggestion. You're not going to use what I suggest, but I'm going to suggest a method of creating a password for you. So I'm backspacing over that password that was in there, and then I'm going to look at something. So you might put into a contact card somewhere for RoboForm. You might put into your contacts list on your phone. Create a contact for RoboForm, and it's going to say something like, created the account July 19th, 2021, purchased a 5-year subscription for, I don't remember what the price was, $45. I'll say that was what it said, and then maybe on the next line it says, you might say that you did it from your PayPal account. Okay, so what piece of that is your password? Did any of that sound like a password? If somebody saw that contact card on your cell phone, would they realize that one of those is your password? Not really. Didn't sound like it, right? Okay, so here's what I'm typing in for a password. Capital I, PAID, FOR, the number 5, YEARS, $45, period, 00. So there's a password that's going to take 3 sextillion years for a computer to crack.
Okay.
Yeah, you can write it down on a contact card in your phone under the contact for RoboForm. Now, 3 months from now, when you look at that contact card trying to find out what did you make as your password, are you going to realize that that sentence was your password? Maybe not. Okay, so maybe on the next line, you type the phrase, see above for password. Now, anybody watching this video is going to get a clue what that means if they get their hands on your phone.
Right.
But anyone else that sees that contact card on your phone, they're probably not going to understand what that means. But 3 months from now, when you see that phrase that says see above for password, is that going to be enough to trigger your memory that that phrase on the next line above is your password?
Does it actually show it on my phone?
Yes, you actually type it all out.
Okay.
Because now the reason why this strategy would work, and you could vary it, you could change that up a bit, not do it the way I'm saying, but change it up a bit so that even somebody watching this video, if they got their hands on your phone, is not likely going to be able to figure out what you actually meant with however you typed it.
Okay. Okay. The only difference is it's not $45; it was $69.95.
Right. You do whatever you want, and you should not be using the same words that I just dictated.
Right.
Because if you use the same words I just dictated, then somebody watching this video, they already know your email address. So they go to the RoboForm website and they type in what I just described, and now they've got your passwords. So you can't be doing what I just said, and you need to vary it quite a bit from that. So here's an idea. One of the passwords I use actually came off of a plaque that's hanging on one of my walls in my home. So completely different than what I just described. Now, the point here is that the length of the text that you're doing and some sensible characters, a sensible capital, it's easy to type that password. Maybe I did it too long. You don't have to do it that long. You don't need 3 sextillion years. I backspace once, backspace twice, backspace 3 times, backspace 4 times. Now that's 1 trillion years. But notice the background of this window is blue.
Yeah.
Okay? When I had those extra characters, it was red. I think it was red. Oh, no, it wasn't. It was green. So I guess they're saying green is even stronger.
Yeah.
Blue is not as strong. As I keep backspacing, it changes colors. So now orange and 41 years, they're saying 7 months is not very good. No. Because a computer a single computer can crack that. And the people that are doing the password cracking, I didn't need to have that all blurred. The people that are doing the password cracking are not using a single computer. they're using somebody help me in chat. What's the name when they compromise a whole bunch of computers and get them to do their evil deeds without being caught? They are robot computers. They are chat keeps rescuing me when I forget terms like this. Let's see, blur image. Okay, so apparently either he's telling me the image was blurred when it didn't need to be, or that I needed to blur it. Yes, but humid air is hard to breathe. My visa now ready to print, so I fly to Bogota, to the visa center. Tornadoes last week. Botnet, yes, perfect. 3 people came up with botnet. And then virtual from Rock and Rob. I think that's probably related to this subject of password cracking, brute force password cracking. Now, that's not the only way that hackers can get into your account. This is just how we prevent them from brute force hacking, is by doing these passwords. So have you figured out what you want to use, Chuck?
Yeah, let's back that.
Let's get
Clear
back.
that one.
Okay, so here I've got the screen.
I want to test it.
Test it. I'm sorry.
Let me test it.
All right. How secure is my password? It's 2 tabs to the left. 2 tabs to the left. How secure is my password? So you go ahead and test that. I'm going to display this because all we're seeing here is how many characters you're using.
They need don't put spaces in, right?
Right, no spaces. There are some systems that will allow spaces in passwords, but it's not a good idea to be doing that because it's hard to document.
Okay, I put that one in, and that's 2 sextillion years.
Awesome. So do you consider that reasonably easy for you to type when you need to put in your password for RoboForm?
Yeah, that's very significant to me, that particular group of dots there.
Okay, great. Now, I want to point out that you are at some point going to have to type this in on your cell phone if you want to use RoboForm on your cell phone.
I probably won't on my cell phone.
Okay.
But
all right. Yeah, if you're just doing this on a computer, then you're good.
Now, I have 1 capital letter in the entire thing. That's it.
That's fine. That's fine. I had no exception to that.
Okay. I can remember that one. That's
yeah. Okay. So now I'll blur the screen again, and if you click on the tab up in the upper right to go to RoboForm and put in the password there.
I have to type it in just like I did a while ago, right?
Yes, yes. Now there also is the possibility some websites might not allow passwords as long as what you're trying to create.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing RoboForm lets you do really, really long passwords.
We'll try it.
All right. While you're doing that, I'm going to switch over here to chat and unblur and catch up. Botnet bots. That's what happened to my dad's laptop. Mother was in the hospital. He worked from the hospital. I think that's how it happened. There was a monkey in the middle. I'm chuckling because the normal term is man in the middle, and he's taking liberties with it. So that's, oh, you know what? I really messed you up, didn't I? I brought up chat while you were typing in the password. I meant to bring up chat on my computer.
I typed in, but I can't see anything now.
Oh, I think I messed you up there. I think you should retype in that password.
Yeah, I'm going to.
I'm going to go to my computer number 3 to catch up with chat. That's what I should have done in the first place. Let's see. The better thing to do is set that password for RoboForm and set up Windows Hello pin to access RoboForm when you need to check a password. That's how I use it. Okay, so that works for the computer, but you'd still need the password for a cell phone. But yes, I like what you're saying about using Hello pin to access RoboForm so he doesn't have to type in the password on the computer every time he uses RoboForm. And I was intending for us to get to something along those lines. After he got home, I got emails from AT&T about this IP address, something about a botnet. I have to type it in every 90 days or 30 days. Well, back from my worthless Apple support chat. Oh, that must have been fun, Ken. Let's see. So I'm caught up with chat again. Come back to Chuck's screen with a blur.
Yeah, I think
So-
I think I have to click agree to RoboForm terms and etc.
Yeah, put the check mark there. Now we have a good, let's pause for a moment.
Yeah.
I'm going to move the mouse, but I still have this screen blurred. I guess I
Okay.
don't need to have this blurred. Yeah, you've already revealed this stuff, so I'm going to unblur. So you've got your email address that you want to use for this account,
Yeah.
and you've got, you create the password, confirm the password, put in your full name, and you put a check mark for you agree to the terms. And then I just want to point out that RoboForm is referring to that password as good. So RoboForm would have even liked a longer one, it looks like. Now, as I look at those dots in those two different fields, it looks like a different number of dots to me. So I see that green line under that first password.
Yeah.
I think we don't have a green line under the second one because what you typed in the second field does not match.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I would like to maybe do it over again.
Yeah, so now hang on a second before you do that. I've got your screen blurred. I want
Yeah.
to float the mouse over this little icon right here. So this says, now that's going to display a virtual keyboard interface.
Yeah, it does.
So that's not an eyeball. It's not going to show us what
No.
you type. Yeah, so I think you ought to go ahead and type it in again.
Okay, I'm going to back this one out and back this one out. And I'm going to do it very carefully.
All right. And actually, could you pause for a moment?
Sure.
Um,
Yeah, I'm paused.
yeah, so I'm going to unblur for a moment
Mhm.
because I just want to show that your browser is suggesting a password right here. So if you were to click on that, that's Google Chrome suggesting this password.
Yeah.
And Google Chrome itself can manage passwords. And I've even heard some security professionals say that's okay as long as the user understands the consequences. Because if you have a weak password on your Google account, then the bad guys can hack into your Google account and then get all of the passwords you have stored in Google Chrome or in your Google account. So actually, when I said this is Google Chrome suggesting this password, it's probably more accurate to say that that's a Google suggesting that password because that would be stored in your Google account.
Yeah.
So I'm not a big fan of doing that just because it's so easy for a user to walk away from their computer, leave it unattended with the Google Chrome account logged in, or maybe have a weak password on their Google Chrome account. So I don't know. It could work fine if a person understands it. So go ahead and type in that password again. While you're doing that, I'm coming back to chat on computer number 3. LOL, 40 minutes. Oh, that was the Apple support call for 40 minutes, assuming you didn't get satisfaction. If you use RoboForm, does it disable automatic the saved passwords in the browser? I don't know if RoboForm does, but we will do that. And I guess this is Sam answering yes, maybe, to this question about RoboForm disabling saved passwords. And Sam says, every password that's saved in Chrome you need to remove and put in RoboForm. I'm hoping and expecting that RoboForm has a way of importing all of the passwords that are currently stored and clearing them from Google Chrome. If not, then we'll have to go back and remove them ourselves. But you should not leave them there once you've moved them into a password manager. Okay, so now click in the full name field. Click in the name field where it has your name.
Yeah, but the problem is, why didn't it say good on both of them again?
I think you need to move to a different field. Your cursor's still blinking in that field, so if you click in your name field, let's see if it turns that line green. It did not. So I'm going to go ahead and unblur again.
Yeah.
And let's see, actually I'm not even on your screen, so I'm coming back to your screen. So we've got that green bar for good. It looks like the passwords are the same length, but we didn't get any confirmation that those are the same passwords.
Yeah,
so it looks to me like we're not going to know that until we move forward. But look at this. Oh, this is okay. This is going to be interesting. Let me move some pictures out of the way. And move that one and move this one. I've seen this symptom before. I didn't know that RoboForm does this. Okay, so we don't see a button to move forward.
No.
Right? But there is a drop-down list for your name field. So I'm wondering if it's behind that. You see right here where it shows your name?
Yes.
If you were to click on that, that's going to be a different name than what you typed. Because, why does it think that's, when I float the mouse over, it changes?
Yeah. All right.
That's spelled the same.
Yeah.
I don't see any extra spaces. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. It's got the same email address. Okay, so I'm going to click up here in the email address field, or blurred again. Oh, there it is. See, the submit button was not visible while we were active in the full name field. Now I'm unblurring again. So now I'm going to press Tab key. That should take me to the first password field. And we still see the submit button. In the second password field, we have the submit button. And then your name field, we still see the submit button until I actually click in there. That's when we don't see the submit button. Now I'm going to do something here. I'm going to type one character onto that second password.
Okay.
And see if this submit button is no longer green.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm typing a character, a single character, and I'll backspace over it when we're ready to. There's nothing on the screen that tells us those passwords don't match.
No, there isn't. That's kind of strange.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't either.
I wish they'd fix that. I wish they'd give a confirmation that you got the passwords right. So I'm guessing that you're not going to know that you got the passwords mismatched until you actually click the submit button. Yeah, so I think they should improve that.
Yeah.
Go ahead and, let's see, I'm blurring the screen. Go ahead and click the submit button.
Did you back out that one digit?
I did.
Okay.
Got a processing message. And it accepted that. Now, hang on a second. Don't click anything.
They have an error code.
Oh. This is funny.
Says I'm already activated.
Yeah, it says an error occurred. You intended to activate your account, but your account is already activated. No change performed. Somehow it thinks you already have an active account.
I don't know how that could be. I've never heard of RoboForm before.
Yeah, we see up here behind this window.
Oh.
Let's see, I can't move that window, but right up here it says logged in as, and then it has your email account.
Right.
That's interesting. Now over here, Let's see, I got to move some pictures out of the way. Over here in the upper right, we have Google Chrome offering to remember the password for this site. So I'm inclined to say never.
Well, I wonder what that password is. It has an eyeball.
Okay, hang on a second. Let me blur the screen, because I kind of do like the idea that you being able to display the password to yourself, because maybe you typed it wrong twice.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, so go ahead and click on the eyeball.
Let me get my glasses on. Now that's correct.
All right, good. So you can turn the eyeball off. Now let's stay here. Don't click anything else yet. I'm going to unblur the screen. So if we click never, that's telling Google Chrome to never remember the password for this site, never offer to remember the password for this site. If a person is using Google Chrome to remember passwords, but they don't want it to remember this password for this site, you can click the X to just close this message. Next time you try to log into this site, Google Chrome won't know your password, but it will offer to remember it again. And I'm only pointing out different ways to use this box. I'm not promoting that method of using it. I'm just pointing out, since we're here. Now, we actually don't want Google Chrome remembering your passwords anymore.
Yeah, and I have a couple that I've let Google remember them.
Okay, well, we're gonna import those into RoboForm and then delete them from Google Chrome.
Okay.
That would be the secure way to operate.
All right.
So go ahead and click never. You can click never or the X. I blurred the screen just before you did that. And then click on that close button on that warning message. Your screen's still blurred because I'm not sure what's going to come up next. I'm sure it's okay. So I'm going to unblur your screen here. And then I'm going to bring up chat for you to see and see if there's anything else we want to respond to with chat. So I'm going to scroll back up to that part that I highlighted. I'm going to kind of go through these quickly. After I got home, I got emails about botnet. Have to type 3 days well back from worthless. Apple does if you use RoboForm, does it disable automatic saved? Let's see. So on my computer number 3, I actually got down to 423. Every password saved in Chrome, remove, RoboForm up and running, went to Google Chrome, deleted all my Google passwords. RF control passwords, RoboForm controls my passwords now. I'm asking about browsers, not a single browser. RoboForm will work on every browser. Never, I'm not sure what they're in a conversation, I think. That's understandable since you paid before making an account. Usually you make... Oh, okay, that's why. You paid for the account before we created the account.
Oh.
Yeah, you went through the payment screens, and then we clicked on create an account. So when you did the payment, that created the account. Oh. Yeah, all right, very good. My question was about disabling the automatic saved passwords in the browser. Yeah, I think so. If you clear cache, it resets it. Clear your cache. Well, it doesn't reset. It doesn't clear the saved passwords. When RoboForm extension is installed, it will ask you in the settings field if you want to use RoboForm to manage passwords. You see it as a standard media player or something. Okay, makes sense. Let's see, I want to keep this one highlighted. I'm going to highlight that one on my computer 3 so that I can keep track of where we're at, and then I'll minimize here. So, what do we got? RoboForm, files, my settings, license, emergency access, support, logins, identities, safe notes, shared with me, shared by me, all files, actions, rename, move, copy folder, create folder, shared folder, make smaller, tic-tac-toe menu, English, log out, let's connect. Has it already installed into your browser? That's your profile icon. You block origin. I was looking to see what is our next step and how obvious is it, since I've never been through this before. Now imagine in chat somebody's going to tell me what to do next. I don't want that cheat yet. I don't want somebody telling me how to do that yet. Now here, this is interesting. I thought we'd been into extensions on your computer before. I didn't notice this. Online coupon tool. Add to Chrome for free. This is turned off, but this would be causing pop-ups if it was turned on. Can we remove it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Cool.
this is for coupons. They promote this to you as a way to find coupons for things that you're trying to buy, but those types of services typically throw you lots of extra junk.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so we'll remove that guy. All the rest of this stuff is normal Google stuff. And let's come back to RoboForm. So see, I'd be looking for some kind of a setup or install or next step or something.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing this as being very obvious as to what we should do next.
I'm not either.
Okay. Rename, move, copy folder, create folder. So none of that seems to make sense. Out of my right eye, I'm seeing things pop up in chat. I'm sure you're probably telling me what to do next, and I don't want to look there yet because my settings, user settings, that makes sense. Identities make sense because RoboForm, I suspect, might be able to manage multiple different identities.
Well, logins, that's what we want to start creating new passwords for logins, don't we?
Well, yeah, I would expect that RoboForm needs to install as an extension to Google Chrome. That hasn't happened yet. So here I just clicked on logins. I think we're on the login screen right now and there's nothing there.
Yeah, that's true.
So nothing happened when I clicked on that.
Oh, that's right. Okay, I didn't see you do that.
Yeah. So there's this black line under the word login. So I think that works like tabs in a browser. So if we go to identities, I'm still not seeing anything here. Safe notes, these are doing nothing. Shared by me, all files, logins. So we're on files right now.
Right.
So files isn't what we're wanting to deal with. We are on RoboForm's page. I'm thinking we need to go in here. License, we just bought the license. I can't imagine that we need that. Referral program, no. Support, that doesn't make sense. English, the only thing I'm seeing that makes any sense is my settings. I think it speaks to something that me as a computer technician, I didn't find it obvious what to do next.
I didn't
Email
either.
not verified. Well, that might be part of the problem why nothing's happened is because we need to go to your email. They sent you an email perhaps, and we have to verify it before we're going to do something else. But they could have displayed that message to us.
Okay.
You know?
So that would be up here in unread emails.
Yeah. So I'm going to, now let's look at the rest of the screen first. So email's not verified. A verified email address is required to send your one-time passwords and other important security notifications. So it makes sense that we need to do that. They could have displayed a message to that effect. Change current name. Phone, you may provide a mobile phone number. Then you may select send one-time password. So that's something we want to do because that's going to be part of two-factor authentication. Log settings. Time zone and date format. Detect automatically. It's already set to yes. Okay? So I'm going to blur the screen. Go ahead to your email. And when you get that email on screen, we're going to maybe unblur your screen.
Well, there's two of them.
Now, hang on a second.
Right.
I noticed that when you clicked on that, it actually loaded your email onto that same tab, and we just navigated away from RoboForm. That wasn't friendly. That wasn't RoboForm's fault, because what you did is you clicked on your email bookmark.
Right.
And so that took us away from RoboForm. I'm going to try the back arrow on your browser.
Okay. Go ahead.
See if that'll take us back to RoboForm. Yes, it did. So now what we want to do is go to a different tab on your browser. Now go click on your email icon, because we don't need to keep this Chrome extension screen.
Okay. Now I have two of them there for some reason.
Yeah, can I display this screen?
Sure.
Yeah, so there's nothing private here. So we got a junk mail here. We got two RoboForms. This is a receipt and activation instruction. So certainly we need to do that. An account creation notification. So we'll look at the oldest of these. Got an order ID number, 30% off, your name, order status active, license count, shows the amount, printable receipt, scrolling. Okay, we did see this earlier. We saw a create RoboForm account, and we saw install the latest RoboForm. We did see this somewhere else in this whole process. And I think it was back here. Yeah, it was right back here.
Right.
It was on this previous tab. So by the time we got up to here, with us going through this video and going through this step by step, I had totally not even thought of going back to here. But once we paid for it and it landed us on this page, I think that'd be a really sensible place for them to display a message what we should do next. Because as you were witness, I was trying to find a next step here.
Yeah.
I didn't think to go back to here and do this install latest, or to go to your email. All right. Now we're going to go catch up on chat, because I'm sure they've been trying to tell me to do this. You need to download the app. This is the very next thing, right? Yep. I wish they would have displayed that in a more appropriate place. And Catherine gave us that. And I believe you must find the RoboForm extension, Google Extension Store. I don't think RoboForm automatically installs the extension. I'm guessing that it will when we do that download. I'm going to go for tonight. Ready to watch TV. See you later, Chris. Thanks for being with us. You may have to turn off the ad blocker for security links to show up in RoboForm. That's a good point. We're blocking ads. Could we be blocking something for RoboForm? But I think really the answer is to do that download. So let's go that route. Now, if I float the mouse over this on the web page and look down in the bottom left corner of the screen, it says roboform.com/download.
Right.
And if I come up here to your email and float over this, it says the same thing, roboform.com download. So it doesn't matter which one we do. We know that we're already logged into your account. So here I just clicked on download. Your recommended download is RoboForm 9.1.5, and we got a download button. Here's downloaded in the bottom left corner. How are you doing on time, Chuck? We've been at this for a while.
No, I'm good.
All right. So here, clicking, waiting for this to finish downloading. And then click on RoboForm to launch it. Answer yes to user account control. English and advanced options. I'm going to look at that. I always like to look at advanced options because sometimes software tries to install other junkware. I don't think RoboForm would do that, but it's probably just going to offer us a different location to install it. So browser integration, install RoboForm into these browsers. So this might not have been available if we didn't choose that advanced installation. But this gives us a confirmation that it can do Windows Internet Explorer, but it's grayed out because your computer doesn't have that. It can do Microsoft Edge. Mozilla Firefox is grayed out, probably because you don't have it.
I would like to explore Mozilla Firefox in the future.
Okay, we could do that as another session.
Yeah,
And then Google Chrome and also Opera you don't have. For
yeah.
more browsers, visit roboform.com. Fill in, so there could be other browsers besides what's listed here.
Mm-hmm.
Fill and save forms in Windows applications. So that's interesting. That looks like that check mark is going to allow us to use RoboForm, allow you to use RoboForm to fill out forms in maybe Microsoft Word. If RoboForm can recognize that there's a prompt in some other Microsoft Windows applications asking you to fill something in. Because RoboForm's not just about passwords. It's about forms, filling in the blanks.
Okay.
So if you find that you don't like it suggesting things for you in the blanks, we can come back and turn that off at a later date. So we'll click Next. Customize RoboForm setup, saves your logins, identifies safe identities and safe notes in the file folder. So this is where it stores the information. RoboForm will be installed into this folder. Install RoboForm for all Windows users. Now, a question that Gary was asking, where do they actually store the passwords? Do your passwords get stored on RoboForm's website at all? And it seems to me in the interview with Gary Holzman that the answer was that their website, their servers don't store passwords at all, that somehow it's all stored on your computer or your computers or your devices, and they sync with each other. That might be the case. I don't know that for sure, and I'm not worried about it. RoboForm will be installed. So these are probably available to us because we selected advanced installation options. And then clicking install. RoboForm must close the applications listed below to complete the installation without requiring a reboot. Clicking install will close these applications. So the download RoboForm Google Chrome, that's all it wants to close. So clicking the install button, it should close that automatically. Looks like it closed all of Google Chrome, not just that tab, which makes sense. I would have expected it to close all of Google Chrome, but that's not the wording they used. That ought to be changed. Welcome to RoboForm. Create a new account, log in with existing account. So here's your email and user ID, and just to keep me in the habit, trying to develop the habit, I've blurred your screen. Go ahead and put that in. We know that I could display this unblurred, but I'm trying to develop the habits. And I'm going to go over here to computer number 3 and look at chat. You need to download the app. A couple of messages retracted, might have been on that subject.
Now what, Doug, let me come back here. I put my email address in there, but now the master password, is that the one that I created a while ago?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that's the one that...
That's that long one that you are going to write down somewhere in a way that it's not obviously identified as a password. Chris is leaving. You may have to turn off ad blocker. Beware of the ask toolbar. That's a common thing with installing software. Sam says the database is stored on their servers and synced with your PC. It is an encrypted database with your personal master password. That's what that's what I would expect. So now I'm going to display this screen, Chuck. You've got a prompt saying one-time password setting is on for your account, and it has sent a one-time password to your email address. We haven't told them your phone number yet. So if you'll switch to your email screen, then you can...
I'm going to have to go over here and open this up.
Yep,
right?
open Chrome again.
And go up to this. And...
Yeah, I don't think it's come in yet. See, I'm going to go ahead and display this screen.
Okay.
Yeah, so the latest thing we have there is no reply from RoboForm, new device enrollment.
Right.
I'm suspecting that's not the one-time code. It could be. Go ahead and open that. Let's see if that is the code.
Oh, it happened there. That's next door.
Oh, stay here for a moment. Wait a minute. Let's look at this. What is this going on? This is next door. This
Yeah,
is
I've subscribed to that.
you subscribe to that?
Yes,
Well, maybe that email popped in just right when you clicked.
it could be.
Go ahead and click the back button.
Yeah, I did.
It was actually underneath that one. Okay, so go ahead into there. So there's your one-time password.
Which,
On the left side, the 6-digit number.
this one right here.
Yeah, you could double click and Control C to copy if you want to use copy and paste, or you could just remember it.
Can I just highlight it and copy like that?
Yeah, except you got the blank line above the number. You got to highlight just the number. If you double click on the number, that will select only the number.
Okay.
But you did it. You got it.
Now go back to visit site.
No, minimize your browser with the upper right corner. Yeah. And then there's the field. You can just do a paste there. Okay. Now hang on. Enroll this computer so that a one-time password will not be requested on your next login. So if you do this, that means it's going to be easier for you to use RoboForm. You're not going to have to put in the password or do the one-time code if you enroll this computer. Basically, you're saying anybody that walks up to this computer, it's okay with you for them to have access to whatever what you have password protected.
No, I don't think I'd want that.
I wouldn't either, because what if somebody breaks into your house?
Yeah, and they go to this app and they automatically open it up.
Yeah.
Right?
So if we don't do this check mark, this is saying enroll this computer so that a one-time password will not be requested on your next login. Now, if we leave this check mark in place, I think we can still configure it so that you have to perhaps enter a password for RoboForm so that people can't just walk up to it, but it's not going to send a one-time password to your phone. But still, I like the one-time password being sent to your phone. I have it happens to me a lot, and it is a bit of a nuisance, but it really does make me secure because my house has been broken into and my computers have been stolen.
Wow.
So I like having two-factor authentication and going to my phone. So my choice would be to remove the check mark.
To remove the check mark, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then go to, now what that meant is that they are not establishing that one-time password, right?
They are using the one-time password for this time.
Oh.
But it's in the future, you're going to have to do this again.
Okay, that's okay. Because
right.
My password is easy for me to remember.
Okay, so go ahead and click OK. Now, I think I made reference to that sending the code to your phone. That didn't go to your phone, it went to your email, but we can have it go to your phone. Which I like having the option of going to phone or email because you could lose access to either of those.
Yeah, exactly.
So now we have, by default, RoboForm will try to attach to the Internet Explorer, Google Chrome, etc. And we got check marks we could remove. RoboForm for Internet Explorer is already installed. All right, that's hilarious. I don't think Internet Explorer is on this computer. It's a fairly new computer. I don't think it was being installed. But anyway, go ahead and click Next. Boy, I got to go turn the air conditioning on again. Good afternoon. Actually, what I'm doing is adjusting the thermostat to a lower number.
There you go.
Because it was still on, just not coming on soon enough. Okay, so we're in Chrome. No, we're in Microsoft Edge right now.
Well, no, I click Next and it comes up to this screen here.
Yeah, so I'm thinking that's probably because Microsoft Edge must be your default browser, because we're see this highlight right here?
Yeah.
That's Microsoft Edge.
Okay.
So it opened automatically into Microsoft Edge, which is fine. We'll deal with it here.
Yeah.
So they have a tutorial here. We're going to skip that. We're not interested in Mac. Creating and saving a login. Login to a site. Creating a safe note. Creating an identity. Online checkout forms. Robo web access. Import to RoboForm. We're interested in that.
It looks like a purchase form. See the word up there, buy now?
Oh, it does. Shared folder. So I think what we're at here. Thank you for installing RoboForm. So I'm going to guess that a person could get to this screen and actually install RoboForm before they've bought it. So that may be why they brought us to this page. I don't like that they did that.
I don't
because
either.
we've gone through the sequence of buying it and logging in. We've already logged in, and now it's taken us to the screen that isn't really pertinent to your
No,
status.
it's not. Because it's clearly an order form, but are we actually logged in?
Likely not.
Okay.
Now we were previously logged in Chrome. Let's go look at that. Do we have anything up here? No, nothing up there new. But let's close this. I'm going to go ahead and let chat talk to us here because I know they're saying some things. Oh, I guess I just closed chat from your computer. So sometime back I had copied and pasted the URL for my video. Live support session with Chuck. Right here, it's in history. So that was quicker than navigating to my channel.
Yeah.
Then let's pop out chat and maximize that and see what we got. 93 trillion years is the time it would take to find my password by a single computer with just brute force hacking. If a site that you were using got hacked and their password hash exported, and if the password hash wasn't good enough, then the hackers can reverse engineer to access your account. They would never find out what the actual password is, but they could log into your account. So that 93 trillion years is just brute force hacking by a single computer. I thought I was doing good with 5 million. You want to check it. You cannot access it before it asks the password. I would set up Windows Hello pin for the login. So there he's making reference to that check mark that we unselected. He's advising to check it. You want to check it. You cannot access RoboForm before it asks the password. Okay, well, we're going to keep that, we'll take that under advisement. We may be reversing that choice. When we understand that better combine special characters, lower uppercase, and numbers. It says buy now because you are not logged in to Microsoft Edge. Well, I'm not liking that RoboForm requires that we log into Microsoft Edge. I guess they're saying that if we were logged into Microsoft Edge, that it would know about our RoboForm account, maybe. Wow, just added a special character and it jumped to 84 billion years from his 5 million years. So he added one special character, went from 5 million to 84 billion. Yep, that's totally believable. You close the page to the extension for RoboForm in Chrome. Okay, so that's probably where we went wrong. You are not logged in. The browser was closed during install. Okay. So did I make like a rookie mistake, or did I make a mistake that any new person with RoboForm might make, and could it be designed better to prevent a person from making that mistake?
Well,
Well, let's go with login. That seems to make most sense to me if we just log into RoboForm.
just me looking at this particular page right now, it tells me that these things are up for purchase, but I don't want to purchase any of those. I just want to log in.
Yeah,
So that's what I would have gone to the login button, I
yeah,
think.
yeah.
But now,
All right. So go ahead and do your login, and I'm blurring the
So
screen
let's
just
see.
to keep me in good habit.
let's see, they don't show it. Okay, I have to do it.
Yeah, because we're in Microsoft Edge, so Microsoft Edge has not remembered this email address that you're doing now.
Okay. Now this password is going to be my special one, right?
Yep. There was an eyeball on that one that you could look at. Now, let's look at this here. Let me unblur this.
Yeah.
One-time password authentication is on for your account. This device has not yet been enrolled. You should have received an email message containing a one-time password. Please enter it below. So they just sent you another one-time password. And this is the check mark for enroll this browser so that the one-time password will not be requested on your next login. So this is what one person, I think it was Sam, was saying we should not remove this check mark. I'm not totally convinced with that yet until I see how their whole process goes. If we remove the check mark now, then you get another opportunity in the future every time you log into it to leave that check mark in place. So go ahead and click on Chrome to bring it back up again to get your email and get that one-time password.
Where the hell did it go?
It's that. Let me guide you here.
Okay.
So floating the mouse over Google Chrome and then clicking on this one to the left, and then clicking up here on the tab for Yahoo. Whoops, that's not right.
Right here it is.
Okay. Yeah, we must have closed that.
They didn't,
Is it that top one?
it must be.
I think so, because it's unread.
Okay,
Yeah,
there's
that's a new number. Now, if you double click on the number, it will select that whole number without anything excess.
I like that. Okay, now I got to go back to
Edge,
Edge.
Microsoft Edge, down there. All right. Okay, unblurring.
And I got to paste that
That's right.
and then submit it.
Now you've got the check mark there. Do you want to keep it, or do you want to make that decision later?
Well, didn't we discuss that we
Well, I originally said remove it so that you're not enrolling this browser, so that you have to go through this process each time. But I think it was Sam recommending that we leave the check mark and use security by virtue of your Microsoft PIN instead. The problem there is that your computer is not logging in with a Microsoft account. So
Right.
I don't think we get to do a PIN. So,
No, I don't. However, I do have a PIN for my computer.
okay. Well, either way we treat this now, we can reverse it. We can do it different later. Let's go ahead and leave the check mark for now because that'll just save us time if we wind up doing this a few more times around.
Okay.
As long as we wind up evaluating that your computer is protected from somebody breaking into your house and taking your computer. So go ahead and click submit there.
Now they're asking me, Microsoft Edge wants to know if they want to remember that up there. But
Yeah. So this is the same thing. We're not wanting your browsers to remember passwords. So go ahead and choose never on that.
Okay. Now we're back to that form that we had earlier.
Yeah, but that might be just because that's what we left on this browser. Yeah. So I got the mouse for a minute.
Sure.
I'm going to close Microsoft Edge. Close Chrome. And there's still another instance of Chrome open. Well, let's go ahead and see what they're saying in chat.
Did we have to restart the computer?
No, no.
Okay.
You have to log into RoboForm account on each browser you use. You're not logged in. You want to log in with the extension. The web page is just access online environment. Set Chrome as default browser in PC settings. Yeah. Reason for rolling the device is that you may not always have access to your email account so that you can access your passwords when you don't have internet. Okay, but that's not the reason why I was avoiding that. I understand that enrolling the device makes it easier to get into RoboForm, but my preference would be to require some form of two-factor authentication. And if you don't have access to your email account, you have access to your phone, because you can do two-factor that way. What I'm concerned about is if we enroll the computer so that you can just open the browser and go log into any account, then what prevents somebody from breaking into the house and doing that? Now, maybe there's a level that I haven't seen yet that RoboForm does for that. But telling me that you may not always have access to your email account, that doesn't give me enough security. That's convenience. That's less security. Catherine uses WaterFox as default browser. Okay, so let's. I
wonder if that's a version of Firefox.
I think it's a spin-off of Firefox. Here, this is interesting. I'm highlighting this URL for the chat window and Control-C to copy it to see if I can directly open the chat window without opening the YouTube video. I haven't tried that before. So Google Chrome. Oh, let's see. We got 21 current viewers, 19 likes. Thank you everybody for being here. And then do we have this? Look at there. There's a bookmark. There's a Zoom. There's a uBlock. Okay, so I'm not seeing any extension for RoboForm. Look at extensions. Manage extensions. Nothing yet for RoboForm. We installed the application. Oh, look at this. There's a shield down here. Oh, no, that's because we were in Windows Security before. Okay. All right, so let's go back to your email because their email had instructions for getting started with the account. So maybe there's more to do. Enrollment online, and I'm intentionally not looking at the chat right now because I'm trying to show what a new person with RoboForm might go through. If they have less experience than I do, maybe they're going to read the instructions better. If you're logging to your RoboForm account from a new device, Chrome on Windows add IP address. Oh, it's giving your IP address. To enroll this device, please type this number. If you have an access. Okay, so that didn't help us none. Not a great idea for me to expose your IP address, but you don't have any ports open to the internet, and that is a dynamic address. No reply, next door, no reply, account creation notification. Successfully created, verified email address. Activation instructions. Log into the account, install the latest RoboForm. We went through that. During install, log in with the account, learn how to use RoboForm like a pro. Thank you for purchasing. RoboForm customers save. Okay, so I know, I'm pretty sure there's more in chat. Tell me what I did wrong. And I think it's not great that I could so easily do something wrong outside of the process they wanted me to use. Let's see. What you want now is install the extension. Well, why didn't their program automatically install the extension? If I log into RoboForm, do I have to log into other accounts like my bank? So I need one user ID and password. Can I go into the rest of my passwords? Yeah, when you go to your bank, a RoboForm would automatically enter your user ID and password as long as you currently have RoboForm open. Usually my default browser is Opera. You clicked away from the page to install the extension on Chrome. For now, you will find it yourself. Okay, so why was it so easy for me to click away from it? Correct, Gary, you just click on the icon within RoboForm. It will log you into your bank's URL. Okay, so here's you clicked away the page to install the extension on Chrome. For now, you will find it yourself. Okay, well, so let's go to roboform.com, log in. Whatever the method is they wanted me to do, we should be able to get back to their website and fix what I did wrong. It's not even showing you a place for a password.
It sure isn't.
Yeah, so this is another. The reason why it's not is because you're currently clicked into that field and it's showing you a drop-down list of different addresses you could click on. So the password field is hiding under there.
Yeah, okay, so I want to use that one.
All right.
See, I started typing it and then
It gave you that suggestion
Mm-hmm.
and concealed the password field.
Right.
Another design flaw. We could have used the tab key to go to the next field if we understood what was going on. The thing is that a normal user is not going to know that.
Now we're right back to that same thing.
Yeah.
But we obviously are logged in because you have to log out.
Yeah. So if we clicked away from a certain place to where we were supposed to have installed an extension, mm-hmm. There ought to be an obvious method here to install the extension. Except for one thing, if they're not allowed to install the extension from, maybe it has to be from the Google Store. That could be. But there could be a link. They could at least put a link on this page to the Google Store for installing the extension. Or something somewhere. I see no hint here whatsoever to get me to the right place. Just click one compromised passwords. All passwords will be available. Yeah, if the compromised password is your RoboForm password, right? And that's something I think people are highly unlikely to know. All right, yeah, so let's
up here it says extensions right there. Chrome extension?
Yeah, that's just because I have that tab open.
Oh,
There's,
okay.
yeah, the extension isn't there.
Oh, okay.
So RoboForm does a whole lot more than just Google Chrome. It does other browsers. Why would I have to go to the Google store to get the Chrome browser? The Chrome browser extension. I'm very not happy with this. RoboForm manual. Yeah, because that's what I want to read. User settings, sessions, files. So let's go over here and participants. Where's the pop out chat? I guess it is popped out. Let's see, I'm going to use Control F and type store because I think somebody says I have to go to the Google extension store. I believe you must find RoboForm extension in the Google extension store, but RoboForm does Microsoft Edge and Mozilla Firefox and whatever else. How could I have to go to do I have to go to load extensions for each browser?
Remember one of those things that came up a while ago? It said one was installed and a couple of them were not installed. I forgot what page that was, but
All right.
there was
Well,
three titles and only one said installed.
all right. So here, can you make me moderator? I have the link for you. Yeah. I'm happy to make people moderators to put links in. I'm concerned and disappointed that RoboForm hasn't designed the system better than this. I shouldn't be having to have somebody in a chat room give me a link for fixing this. So when I go back and watch the video, it may be very obvious what I did wrong, but still I did something wrong. Does anybody who does something wrong have to go through this much trouble to find it? Okay, so I did just make you a moderator, whoever was that was asking. Sam, I think you'll find you can post the link now. And then James says click the link I gave you. So I'm going to do a Control F, type James Bond, because he wants me to go look for that link instead of giving it to me again. So I'm going up, up, up. I don't see any link from James Bond. Well, that's probably because you tried to put in a link and you're not a moderator. So James, I'm going to make you a moderator too. Now, when I make people moderator, I'm just asked, nope, you are a moderator. Yeah, you are a moderator. I guess I just did that for you. Click that.
That was Sam.
No, Sam asked for me to make him a moderator. So let me look at Sam. Oh, okay, Sam, I missed. I clicked the wrong person. So now Sam and James are both moderators. I just ask you, don't hide people, don't delete their comments. I want to do that type of stuff. The only reason you're a moderator is so that you can post links that are useful and helpful to whatever we're working on. So here, Google Chrome Store. Do I have to go to install extensions for every browser? And Sam is also Google Chrome Store. Really? How about if I go rerun that installation program? James says, so there are two ways to get the extensions back. First way is opening the RoboForm app on the desktop. Not on the site. Open the app and go to settings, then okay, I'll buy that. So he's saying that there is a RoboForm app on the desktop. Click on one and type the letter R. There's nothing that begins with an R. Try.
What about this down here? Right there, Doug. Right there, Doug.
All right. Yeah, there we go. All right. in the sys tray. I'll right click on it, see what it has. Lots of stuff. So I'm going to double click on it. All right, RoboForm, more columns, logins, applications, identities, contacts. Nothing here called browsers or extensions. Nothing here about complete installation. Logins. Are we actually logged in? Here's a logout, which implies that we are logged in. Clicked on logins. I'd change over here for file name, whatever that means. Identities, contacts, shared, security center. Not saying anything about installing browsers, installing extensions for browsers. We saw something about installing for those browsers. We saw that. I remember seeing that.
And one of them, and you made a comment that it said installed, and you said, well, something about that, we didn't install that.
Oh, Internet Explorer, yeah.
Explorer, yeah.
Yeah.
But it said it was installed.
Yeah. Well, the reason why I thought that was odd is because I didn't think your computer even has Internet Explorer. So Windows key, INTERNET. Yeah, it is there. And we did see that thing that said it's installed for Internet Explorer. So if I open Internet Explorer, is there anything there about RoboForm?
I thought their Internet Explorer was on my computer.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. It's just not supported anymore. And so, got add-ons.
That's right.
Yeah, look, there's RoboForm. So RoboForm is there for Internet Explorer. Okay, so let's go look at Edge. Extensions. Malwarebytes, find new extensions, keyboard shortcuts. Now, one person told us in chat that we're not seeing it because we're not logged in to Microsoft Edge, but we were never told that's a requirement for using RoboForm. So it shows up as Internet Explorer extensions, but does not show up as Edge or Chrome extensions. Let's see. Okay, there are two ways to get, yeah, that's not on the desktop. Okay, but what else does he say there? First way is opening RoboForm app on the desktop, not on the site. Open the app and go to Settings, then Browsers. All right, so Settings. Nothing that says Settings. Here's a gear icon, but that looks like it's for arranging columns. Now we're actually in RoboForm Editor. All right, let's come back, close that. Come down here, right click. Do we have settings down here? Browsers. Okay, so when I right click on RoboForm here, logins, bookmarks, identities, kind of safe notes, editor, security center, emergency access, start page, show toolbar, full forms, save forms, browsers. Browsers is just showing what browser is currently opened. Tools, generate passwords, import, options. Still not seeing the path that you said. Two ways to get RoboForm on the site. Open the app, go to settings, then browsers. So I didn't find that path. Second option, reinstalling the browser extension manually. For each browser? Boy, I don't like that. Catherine, I never do. I follow your request. I never do. I follow. I never do. I follow your request. James Bond in the bottom right hand corner. Did I go down too far? Bottom right corner, running. Yes, that's it. Click options. Top left, there's a drop down box. Click the drop down arrow. Right click system tray and options. Logins is the database where all passwords are saved. Have RoboForm. I know how to do this. Right click RoboForm tray options browsers. You get this screen. Right click system tray, easier to find than options. Options, hit browsers there. You're close, you were just on it. Options, right click system tray, options browsers. Right click RoboForm in the system tray, options, and then browsers. Peace. Here's install options. Okay. It told us that it installed Internet Explorer, and Internet Explorer doesn't even show up here as a browser. All right, so install that one. Add to Chrome. Good Lord. I have to go through all these? Why didn't their installation program do that? Added to Chrome. Alt-Tab to go back to RoboForm in options. Microsoft Edge install. Get. Add extension. So you people in chat, thank you, first of all. But also, is this the way everybody has to do it? Or did I blow it when I did that installation program? Open your browsers. Okay, so there are no other Chromium-based browsers. There are no Firefox. So we installed those two. So, wait, save? What am I saving? Microsoft Edge extension. Did I not complete that? RoboForm password manager Edge. Oh, here's RoboForm. So it's installed. This screen apparently hasn't updated. Try save. Doesn't make sense that I have to save something that I installed. What is this message down here? RoboForm. Automatic RoboForm everywhere. Synchronization requires a one-time password. Click here to continue. Automatic RoboForm everywhere. Synchronization requires a one-time password. Continue. Click here. All right. Another one-time password to your email address. Coming up here to your email. Inbox. Here's that email. Double click. I use Control-C instead of right-click. Then come back here to this form, and then I press Control-V to paste. Enroll this computer. I thought we already did that once. After I was resisting it for a while, then finally caved. There have been no changes since your last synchronization. Okay, coming back here, options, browsers, got a green check mark, but it still has an install link. I'd rather it say installed, past tense, instead of, you know, people have to know that the check mark means it's already done. Am I just getting cranky? Am I asking too much?
What would have happened if you'd have clicked Firefox? It would install it, but because I have Firefox on here somewhere.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
And Mozilla.
Well, Mozilla is the company. Firefox is the software.
Yeah, right. I have it here someplace, but I don't know how to operate it because it doesn't.
Well, this is telling us that it's not found.
All right.
So it's not, if it might be on your computer as an installation download that you've downloaded, but
I think it was transferred from one of my old computers, Doug.
transfer isn't going to work. Firefox has to be installed. It can't be copied from one computer to another.
Okay.
Now you can click and install them. That way, yes, the installation page did bring you here, but like I said, I accidentally clicked it away. So I'll see that when I go back and watch the video. Although, what is this? 3.5 hours?
3.5 hours.
I'm pretty good at scrubbing through a video, so I think I'll be able to get to it. If it's green, they're there. Yes, I understand that, James. The green check mark means they're there, but a normal person doesn't understand that. That is not a good way. It'd be better to use the word installed in past tense. There'll be a green check mark if they are installed. Again, same thing I just said. Yes, you need to set up RoboForm with one-time password as the master password unlocks all your passwords. Well, no, the one-time password was that 6-digit code. The master password was much longer. The master password and one-time password are not the same thing. You need to set RoboForm up with a one-time password. It's the master password. I'm suspecting that you just mistyped there, because I think you know that's not that the one-time password is not the master password. If you want, you can import your Chrome passwords.
Oh,
yes.
no. Reread that and put a comma right there after the first. See, you need to set up a RoboForm up with a one-time password, comma. It's the master password that unlocks your passwords.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see, I couldn't hear him say this. If I would have heard him saying this, I would have understood it differently.
Exactly.
Yes, you need to set RoboForm up with a one-time password. It's the master password that unlocks all your passwords.
Right.
That sounds different. Look, the way I just said it is the way I misunderstood it. Now, let me say it a different way. Yes, you need to set RoboForm up with a one-time password. Period. It's the master password that unlocks all your passwords. That should not be a comma. That should be a period.
Yeah.
Would make it more clear. If you can hear a person say that sentence with a comma, you could understand it.
Exactly.
But in written text, that comma does not accomplish the job.
No, it's got to be period.
Yeah.
And my school teacher bride would get all over me.
Yeah. Now, if you want, you can import your Chrome passwords from the browser into RoboForm. And James, please understand, I'm not picking on you.
No.
I'm just, everybody, including myself, types text out that is misunderstood by somebody else because it's hard to catch. How could somebody read that differently than what I meant to say? Now, if you want, you can import Chrome passwords. Yeah, we want to do that. Is that the goal here? Yes. Yes, that is the goal. I remember going through the same inconvenient actions you are going through. It's worth it in the end. Just keep taking your time. You're normal, Doug. I'm a normal person. I always thought I had this illness called computer technician. Yeah, boy, I think that really could be designed easier. Just so much. That's just, I'd really have a hard time referring this to somebody. Recommending this to somebody. I don't think
I'd ever got through it.
It's been a long time since I set up LastPass, but I don't remember it being difficult at all. I'd like to walk somebody else through setting up LastPass to find out how they currently are. Rock and Rob, I've got to get up at 3 a.m. for work. It comes pretty early. Enjoy the broadcast. We'll have to catch rest tomorrow. Have a great evening, Doug. Chuck and chat. Take care. Thank you so much, Rock and Rob, for being with us. We got to end this. Let's go import the passwords and see if we can get past this. And we got to delete your passwords from the browsers. Man, that could all be automated by RoboForm, but I don't have much confidence that they've automated that very well. So I'm guessing it's in options. Generate, import. No, tools has import. Now, most of the passwords that you currently have there are probably Google Chrome. Is that right?
I can't intelligently answer that question.
Let's go find out. Let's go find out. I don't need you to speculate on that. So I'm blurring your computer and going to settings in Google Chrome, and then right here on passwords,
Mm-hmm.
and in the middle of the screen, click on that. And then here we have a list of passwords. I scroll down every one of those websites.
Yeah, they're probably all the same password.
Yeah, okay. So if we go, I want you to pick out one of these that you have a password, especially one that you've changed recently, and then click that eyeball to see if it's got the password that you think it has.
Okay.
Is that the password you think?
No, that's an old one.
That's an old one. There's two more of that same website.
That's not it. That's not it.
Oh, there's the fourth one. Let me have the mouse for a moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
1, 2, 3. I saw another one just hiding under there. That was weird. Let's see if, are we zoomed at all? No. All right, go ahead and look for another one.
Okay. Let's see if I can.
Well, no, let me take the mouse for a moment.
Yeah, go ahead.
We know we've been getting into your Yahoo email without typing a password, so I'm going to come up here to the search passwords field and type Yahoo. And then, oh, well, all of these have Yahoo because that's your email address. That didn't work. I'll tell you what, up here in the search passwords, type in one of your passwords. We're actually searching for the password itself, and your screen is blurred.
Okay, I did it.
And then see down here, it has not found that on any of these websites.
Really?
Yeah, now...
Well, let's see.
Well, now here's a username that used part of that same. Let's just try typing in. I'm going to type this. Yeah, so typing that much showed these usernames. I'm not certain that typing a password up here in the search field is going to find passwords that are hidden down here. Now this kebab menu here is for exporting passwords. That would export them to an Excel spreadsheet or a text file. That's not what we're interested in.
Well, now see some of these, for example, rotaryforum.com. I don't even know what that is.
All right.
Samba, I know what is.
Okay. Well, now I should point out that there's actually only 4 websites here that have saved passwords. Down here lower, that says never saved. Wait a minute, what happened to the long list of passwords we were looking at? Oh, that's because I have a search criteria.
Yeah.
Let's remove that. Yeah,
Oh,
so here's saved passwords, and then there's some never saved down here. So the only reason we're asking this question is, do we want to import these saved account credentials into RoboForm? I think that's an obvious yes.
Okay.
Because even if they're ones that you don't use anymore, they serve no business being here. And I think they probably are passwords that you use, because right now when you go to an address, you're getting logged in. And I think the reason why we didn't find it when you looked for your email account is because there's several different entries for Yahoo.
But it looks like the number of dots under the word password, they're all the same. I wonder if that is because it's the same password.
No, I think it's just because Google Chrome is intentionally not displaying the length of your passwords.
Oh, okay. Well, let me see what one of those
All
passwords.
right, go ahead.
Let me try that one. Okay, that one's correct.
All right, that's far enough then.
Yeah.
We know that it has valid content.
Yeah.
All right, so my question, the reason we came in here is because I asked you to use Google Chrome for your passwords, and I think we found the answer to that is yes. We'll go look at Microsoft Edge. Similarly, I'm thinking that we're probably not going to find much remembered there at all. So here's passwords, and I still have your screen blurred out. So yeah, there's 3 sites that have saved passwords.
Well, let me see if this one.
Go ahead.
One. Okay. Yeah, those are correct.
Okay, so we're going to import for that too.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to close this down. We'll take a look at chat. I'm going to unblur your screen here. The support team for RoboForm loves to give your feedback. Sure, they love for me to do free work for them. How about them watching my video? You can send the video with timestamps to them so they can make the install better. No, they can watch the video. I don't need to do free work for a software company that has been. I think this is. You can't fix a programmer that has been so negligent by telling them every little thing they need to fix. This is just. I can't use the words that I want to use to express. I can't fix what's wrong with the programmers who designed this.
Doug,
unless I made a serious mistake.
Be careful. You're going to talk me into getting my money back.
Well, I don't know. Maybe if you find it difficult to work with, I don't like what I've experienced. I think when you install RoboForm for the first time, it asks if you want to import anything and install Chrome extensions. Been a while since I did mine. All right, well, unless I did something seriously wrong and made a totally bonehead mistake, but even if you make a mistake, you should be able to get back on track easier than what it has taken me to do. Installed RoboForm in about 5 minutes with installing the app. Okay, that's nice to hear. Soon the sun will rise in my area, so I'm on my way to bed. Okay.
What we can do on that, Doug, is when you review and then get back to me, and we'll see whether or not we want to keep it or junk it.
What did you think of the setup? That's James asking Catherine. RoboForm is more powerful than most password managers. So I've been actually considering RoboForm for myself because, and let me tell you, this is going to be something for the RoboForm fans perhaps to pick up on. RoboForm is more powerful than most password managers because it doesn't just handle the browser. It can attach to programs, games, and remember those passwords too. So what I'm really disappointed with LastPass, it's been a long time since I did the installation. I know the program pretty well. If I was a first timer with it, how would the learning curve be? I can't testify to that at the moment. But I use LastPass and I use LogMeIn-Rescue. For a period of time, they were owned by the same company. Yet they had absolutely no way for LastPass to automatically remember and enter passwords for me in LogMeIn-Rescue when I'm connecting to my client's computers. I'm forced to record those credentials somewhere else using a manual method. So if RoboForm can automatically enter the credentials for me when I'm connecting to somebody's computer in LogMeIn-Rescue, you're going to have an easy sell for me. Even if I have struggles getting it installed. I could even believe I might pay for RoboForm just for Log Me and Rescue and keep LastPass. I don't mind using multiple programs. Yes, in settings, RoboForm can attach to programs. Now, that's not my question. Can it automatically enter the credentials for me when I'm connecting to a client's computer in Log Me and Rescue? That's probably beyond your awareness, James. When you say yes in settings, RoboForm can attach to programs, does that mean all programs? So he's saying that's in settings. Against my better judgment, let's see, that must be, when he says settings, I think he means options. Applications. Attached to Windows applications. See, if it has Log Me and Rescue in a list, then that could be of interest. And maybe I actually have to
There it is.
install it. What?
I saw Login and Rescue right there.
Log Me and Rescue. Unattended. Oh, now wait a minute. What? Wait, no. No, this is in your programs folder. This is not on my computer. This is a Log Me and Rescue unattended folder on your computer. Why do you even have that?
I'm not sure. But I happen to, when you mentioned that, I happen to see it. And I assume this is my computer that I'm looking at.
Yeah, it is. You know what I'm thinking is I must have installed it. Sometimes I will install it temporarily on a client's computer.
When we switched over to the computers, didn't we rescue some stuff from an old computer and
Yeah, but that's not
not what that is?
no, that's not what that is.
Okay.
Here I'm into a temp folder. This doesn't make sense to me. I don't want to go down this rabbit hole now, but I will accept options, applications, bottom, yep. As long as you have access to your account on only device, you can access your passwords. You have to install it first. You have to have the program. So they have a money back guarantee. I'll just buy it, install it, and try it. So with all of my criticism of RoboForm, am I going to wind up becoming a customer?
Well, we can look at it this way. In trying to explain to me what we're doing today may have deviated your train of thought to the point where we lost track of a key point. So we can give them the benefit of the doubt that it wasn't that difficult. But then again, if we make a mistake, they should alert us.
Yeah, and it should be easier. It should be more intuitive to be able to get back to it. Yeah. But I'll still reserve final judgment, thinking that I may have really botched it, because I got a lot going in my head when I'm doing a live stream.
Well, of course.
Let's see, or access the web interface. If you don't want to install from a client computer, just go into the incognito tab and log in. Yeah, that's not. It's on my computer is the side that I would want to use RoboForm. Okay, so let's get back on track. Import. So we're going to import from Google Chrome. We're going to import from Edge. And then we're going to remove the passwords from those browsers once we're satisfied. All windows to which RoboForm is attached must be closed for operation. Click yes to close automatically. It's the YouTube chat it's going to close. No to continue operation without closing it. Do you want RoboForm to close these windows? I'm going to close it manually by right-click and close window. I'll answer yes. Well, okay, so now it's recognized that it's no longer. I didn't click on anything. It just finished it. 101 logins added, 705 bookmarks added, and then we go to Microsoft Edge, import. Import has been successfully completed, done. All right, so Edge and Google Chrome, done. Now, those passwords still exist in Google Chrome. Based upon our last half hour, maybe we're not ready to remove them from Google Chrome. But let's do at least this for now. Go into settings. Let's see. I think it's going to be privacy and security. No, right here. Offer to save passwords. RoboForm Password Manager is controlling this setting. So Google Chrome is no longer going to offer to remember passwords. So this is good. RoboForm is actually showing up here. They've taken control of this item. Auto sign in. Automatically sign in to websites using stored credentials. If disabled, you will be asked for confirmation every time before signing into a website. I don't see that that helps you any to turn that off, because a criminal at your computer could just answer yes when asked. Check passwords, view and manage saved passwords. So when we're ready to delete these, we go to your Google account. We don't delete them from here. So you could go through to each of these and remove the password. We don't want to do that. You have to do that one at a time. So if you go in the Google account, I believe we can remove all your passwords at once from Google Chrome.
And they end up in RoboForm.
They're already in RoboForm.
Okay.
And Google's not going to ask you to save, not going to offer to save any more passwords. So we know all of the passwords that are currently in Google are all in RoboForm right now.
Okay.
And I'm thinking maybe you want to take a week or more experimenting, going to websites, see how it works out for you before we delete your passwords from Chrome. Because if you decide you want a refund from RoboForm, well, that's going to be a problem if we've already deleted everything from Google Chrome.
Yeah, so we have them in two places at this time.
But we need to remember to go clean them out of Google Chrome so that you don't have that extra exposure.
Right, okay. That sounds good.
Yeah, would you like to go to one of your sites and see how it shows up? I'm going to blur your screen because I think we should be able to see some indication of RoboForm being involved.
Well, I see. I'll see if I can. Well, why don't I just open my PayPal account?
Sure.
And see what that
Perfect. Log in.
I'm in.
So but we didn't see any indication that RoboForm handled that. I think there was an indication there. We just didn't stop to notice it. So go ahead and log out and then log in again. No.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, it's right there. Now here, stop.
Oh, let me back up.
No, go back. Do log out.
Let's take that out.
And then log in. Don't click anything. Just stay right here. I'm gonna unblur your screen. So to the right of the username field that has your email address, there is a RoboForm icon.
All right.
That's what's telling you that RoboForm is managing this.
Okay.
So anytime you go to log into something, you should see that. Now, also go back and float your mouse over that RoboForm icon again. And notice it has more than one. It has two different PayPal accounts for you. It defaulted to the correct one, but the second one might be obsolete.
Yeah, it is. That's an old account. Comcast. I don't want anything to do with Comcast anymore.
Yeah. So those three dot menus to the right of that. Let's see. I want to fix something here. When you do that three dot menu, there's a delete. That would be to delete that remembered credential.
Okay. Now, see, I don't even know what. Let me go to that.
Yeah, you can go see. Do you want to see what that password was?
Yeah, I'd like to see what that one is.
Okay, go to the edit option on that menu. And I have your screen blurred. And then go click in that password field.
Right here.
Yeah, and there should be an eyeball.
Wow, that's an old one. That's an old password. Um, I wished I could have remembered that. That might have saved my iPhone.
Oh,
Yep, it could have saved my iPhone.
oh,
I had to buy a new iPhone because I couldn't remember a Comcast link years ago.
yeah.
Ah, dang it. Well, let's leave it in there for now.
Okay.
And let's see, we got to go back. We got to. I'm still logged into PayPal, aren't I?
Yeah, just close this browser tab.
That one?
Yeah. And then
And
this is another one of the same thing. So close that browser tab.
okay.
All right. So we've got all your passwords into RoboForm. I think you're ready to move forward. And
Yeah.
I think we're ready to wrap up this video.
Yeah. It's been interesting. I greatly enjoyed hearing the comments from the other people. How can I when you have these sessions like that particular one there with me, when you're having something like that with somebody else, is there a way that I can listen and join in and maybe learn?
Yes, yes. So I'm going to take you back to, well, let's go this way. To get to my YouTube channel, I'm going to type in your address bar, youtube.com/LWTDB. That's an acronym for the name of my channel, LWTDB. I press enter, and here's my channel name, LiveWindowsTraining-DougBetts.
Okay.
Now, we can actually put that as a bookmark on your bookmarks bar up here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
So here I'm going to click on your add bookmark.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'm going to change the folder so that it goes onto the bookmarks bar. And then done. Now you have an overflow menu here for your bookmarks bar. I'll click on that. And it's probably put me way down here at the bottom. So I'm scrolling down to the bottom. There it is. Whoops.
Okay.
That's not what I was trying to do. So let's go back to the bookmarks bar. And I got to click on this. If I just float the mouse over this arrow pointed down, I don't click. And now here's the bookmark I just created. I'm going to hold down the mouse button and drag that
all the way to the top.
All the way to the top. And then over here. Now, wherever I let go of this, the thing that's furthest on the right is going to bump off of this bookmarks bar.
Okay.
Okay?
Go ahead.
So you can rearrange this bookmarks bar as much as you want to fix things. Now, this is a kind of a long name here. So we could shorten that. DougBetts YouTube. Is that enough?
Yeah, that's great.
So that makes it take up less real estate up here.
Can I do that with this where it says beautiful song?
Yeah.
Change that to read Facebook?
Oh, right. Yeah. So right click on that, choose edit.
Okay.
And then Facebook. I don't think they capitalized the B.
It doesn't matter. That's perfect.
Yeah. So that gets that fixed. Now, then let's go on to another thing. It shows that you're already subscribed.
Mm-hmm.
But this bell icon right here,
yes.
I'm going to click on the bell icon. Right now you have personalized, which means Google, which owns YouTube, is going to decide when to send you notifications. If we change this to all, then Google's going to send you notifications every time that I go live or publish a video. And it doesn't literally get all of them, but much better than choosing personalized. So do you want to receive notifications?
Yeah, go ahead. That way, if I'm on my computer and it pops up, then I can open it up and join in.
Yeah. Well,
Unless,
if you receive notifications on your cell phone, they'll come through there too.
I don't know whether I do on that. I
Yeah,
try
you might.
not. I try not to use my cell phone for all kinds of things. I
Okay.
mainly reserve the computer for that.
All right.
The
Um,
reason being is I don't want to become addicted to the cell phone out in public. And you walk around and see people,
right. Right.
they don't enjoy the scenery. They have their nose in a cell phone.
Right.
I don't want to get addicted.
I went into settings for your Google account here. Do
Mm-hmm.
one other thing. Here's this notifications.
All right.
Clicking here on notifications, choose when and how to be notified. And down here it says, notify me about activity from the channels I'm subscribed to, recommended videos. So all of these things are turned on. When I click on them, that turns it off. So if you don't want to get notifications about recommended videos, then you could turn that off if you find you're
Okay.
getting too much stuff. So I'm sensing that you're not aware of getting notifications at all now. Anyway,
No.
so you're currently getting email notifications.
Yeah.
So that's how the notifications come to you, and you're not set up to get notifications to a phone. Set up, send emails about YouTube activity updates or requests, general updates, creator updates. Okay, so that's how they're coming to you, is to that email account.
Okay. I look forward to hearing some of those conversations you have with all those people. It looks like people from everywhere.
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
Uh,
they're all over the world, and uh, hoping to be growing even more. So let's see. Let's get back to one other thing I want to show
Okay.
on my. This icon is taking you to my channel page.
Right.
This area right here, if I have a live stream coming up, if it's been scheduled,
Mm-hmm.
it would show up right here. If you
Okay.
don't see an item here that says a live stream is scheduled, that means I don't have one scheduled right now.
Okay.
And then down here, this section says we're live now.
Mm-hmm.
And then down here is past live streams. So these are all videos that have people in the chat room.
Mm-hmm.
If you click on this arrow, that goes to more.
Right.
If you click up here on videos, that displays my videos in a different method. This has my uploaded videos combined with live streams. And
Okay.
these go in chronological order from the most recent and going to older and older dates as you
Okay.
maneuver through this.
The newest ones are over here.
The newest ones are on the top left of that.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so that's the one that we're doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is one that I uploaded 8 hours ago. This is one I uploaded 10 hours ago.
Okay.
This was
Got
a
it.
live stream from yesterday.
Got
so
it.
they all show the dates. And then there's this playlist. I have videos that I will group together. And I
Okay.
have different types of videos. So I have, this is a new playlist called Online Security Tips.
Mm-hmm.
This is a playlist about Windows 11. This is about lab work on PCs and tech chat. So there's a variety of different types of playlists, and they all have those numbers that are showing up that tells you how many videos are in there right now.
Wow. That's a lot of information.
Yeah.
No,
I'm
I
really
like-
enjoying it.
I-
I'm really enjoying meeting the people that show up in chat. And speaking of chat, we haven't checked in with them for a while. I didn't mean to click on that clock. So then here's chat over here. I click on the 3-dot menu and pop out chat. If I don't do that, then we get that mirror of horrors things going on with image inside of image inside of image. Let's see. So this was Sam and James, more stuff about Lug Me and Rescue. And looks like we haven't had a lot more come in here. Access web interface. You just browse it to the logme and exe your client. Then when you open it, it should ask a password. Yeah, when I launched the program, the password and two-factor authentication there I'm not concerned about. That's not what I'm asking about. When I connect remotely to a client's computer, that's where I want to know it would help, because it's not a password launching the program. It's actually connecting to a client's computer. So I'll try it and I'll report back. Once you open the editor, you can review them locally. In the editor, you can set up Windows Hello for authorization and setting security. Okay, so we're down to 13 current viewers. I know that we lost a lot of people because they had to go to bed. And also we kind of finished with RoboForm. So I do think we are done. Do you agree?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, so I'm looking up, I'm seeing 4 hours and 7 minutes. That might be a record for me.
It could be.
Holy moly.
I don't know whether or not I've learned a lot, but I still have a lot to learn.
Yeah.
Becoming interesting.
Well, the thumbnail for this video had the different topics that you were inquiring about previously, and this was on that list.
Okay.
Dealing with security and passwords. So.
Well, we'll look forward to hearing your review of this, and let me know, and I'll fiddle with this for a week or so, and then let you know how it's working out.
Okay.
Doug, thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Chuck. I'm going to click on your computer to end the Zoom session.
Okay.
And then I'm going to end the remote control session, and I'm going to end the meeting. So here you go. Goodbye.
See you, kid.
All right. And then I bring up my email address. At the same time, I'm disconnecting from his computer. There's my email address. If you'd like to send an email to me to request a session through Zoom and remote connection to your computer and live stream to help with whatever you got going on with your computer, whatever you want to learn about, whether it's solving a problem or learning something new, or if you want to send a question that you'd like me to address with the people in the chat room, that is something that works out well too. The video that I published this morning and even part of yesterday's live stream, there was a part that we talked about a question that somebody had sent by an email. So that's it for this session. Thank you so much for being with us. Have a great day. Catch you later. Goodbye.